We are live.
Woohoo! All right. Greetings, everyone. And we're only missing Kyrus and Eritane tonight.
hmm
Does anyone want to share what happened last time?
All right. Do we want to break out the official notes? Just reread them?
However you want to do it. You can give a short summary description. Whatever. It seems to be a good benefit to start off with a recap of what happened.
Very true.
Willem was at the pillar. There was something oval shaped, like an egg. None of the lights in the room seemed to light it up. And then Willem shouts, "Enough of this." And we all fall to our knees. We feel like there's 1,000 pounds on us. We cannot move, we cannot speak. Then we begin to realize the stone in the center of the room looks like a giant eyeball, because it is. We feel a chill in our souls. Eldritch energy comes out. It hits us, blowing us back, as it speaks about the end of all. The eye is a gray color, tentacles appear on it, and Willem talks of bringing the first over, and speaks of other, which will come as well. The cultists are hit with energy and become other grisly creatures. Willem is sure these creatures will kill us, and leaves with the eye hanging from his neck. We face two intestine eyeball creatures. One runs off to do as it wishes, and one is left. We fight. We succeed in the fight. Hmm? Says I'm streaming. That's Charles right there. What are you talking about? Now there's this whole holdup because you had to talk. All right. Where was I?
You won.
We won the fight against the monster. We went to go find the vampire master who was fading away because the spell defending the city was also fading away due to the fact that the eye was the thing powering the spell. The cultists are not able to infect the undead or those of innocence. This was explained to us by the master vampire who was fading away, and combat begins to fade out as well. We heal up and begin to question has no idea where she is now. We choose to untie her, and the other cultist is out of his mind, so Nita beheads it, which causes the head to run off. Winky smashes it, and Nita burns the rest of the body. Hitala pickpockets Felicia, finding a leather sack, passes it back to Nita, who finds that within it are many stones of a dull gray color, likely Quellis stones. Eve then finds by the pillar a stone tablet. It is the one that Willem has had this entire time that we have been looking for since our second session. It seems he dropped it in the explosion. Needip questions Felicia, but about where she was meeting, and it was someplace near the College of Magic. Her friends were talking about finding peace. We decide to move with her and try to find a gateway to get out of this area. They're shaking. The ceiling is beginning to fall apart. We know we need to get out of here. The Queen Minotaur's head comes rolling in. A wall explodes, and Tarakas of Cathora comes in, and he is upset with us, thinking that we did something to cause the mountain to crumble. We explain to him and get on terms, and to make this simplified, he decides to sacrifice himself with one of the stalactites. We run and we continue to run, and we hear later a large explosion where he was, and pretty much that entire part of the city is just gone. We continue running, and we run to come to a lich, and Core speaks to them, and they bring us to the gateway room, and that person was able to use a gesture to use the keys and be able to take them out and bring them with them. So Aratane was able to copy that and do that, and we were able to make it back home to our hidey hole tree. And once we make it home, we decided to begin to bring the dangerous items down to the caverns, and we find that our home is now overrun with mercenaries hired by the Order of the Keys to keep watch of this area as they continue to research. We decide we need to speak to Devi, of course, but also to Brianna, the third in line of the Order of the Keys, to find out what's going on. Devi has a very nice area set up, and there is also dinner set up, but we are not able to speak to Devi at this time. We do move to then go have dinner, and we find there are about 15 people in the room, and we ask Brianna to join us. That is where we were at the moment. To catch up on Felicia, though, when we did bring her in, we asked what's his name? Navi of the Anati to keep watch of her and help her get some food and get some rest. Our plan is to bring her home to Larkin as soon as we can. And we are sitting at the table eating with Brianna at the table.
All right.
First, do we want to take care of the messages first? I know we had discussed that towards the end of last week.
What was that?
Do we want to go ahead and send messages? I know we had discussed that last week.
Well, to be fair, we are right now sitting at the table as a group with Brianna sitting there, so we were going to continue having a conversation with her, I believe. But
And y'all
we
are
also,
tired because y'all
Yeah.
have been through a lot.
we and we realized we needed to probably get all of our thoughts together over the next week to be able to figure out what the heck we had done, what we had learned, get notes figured out and everything so that we can make good decisions here. I'm not sure we're totally 100% exactly knowing exactly what we're going to do in what order or anything like that. We're going to obviously have to figure that out. But I figure as per game, we're having a conversation with Brianna right now. And then we'll begin to knock out many of our to-do list items after
All
we
right.
sleep
Quick
and wake
question
up.
for y'all. Y'all looking at the map now? The world map?
Yes,
Yes.
Can you see the book icons on there and stuff?
we can.
Do y'all
Well,
see anything?
You
Book
see
icons.
the
I
tree.
see like
You can
I see hidden
see
people.
houses. You can see
Yeah.
I
the
see
tokens for the
And,
different
and
cities.
point to them. And if you point to one of them, the person's not going to do anything.
Person won't do anything. That's all I see is two people. One in Allendale's location and one at the Lonely Mountain location.
Okay. So you don't see the tree.
I see the
don't see a
green
tree.
tree.
All right. Go to the side to the
Oh.
third button from the bottom that says Journal Notes. And do you see the second option that says Toggle Notes Display?
I don't see anything like that.
Negative.
You don't see a journal thing?
I mean, there is journal entries.
on the left side where your icons are.
Left side.
It's the third from the bottom. It says journal notes.
Oh, okay.
Well, for me,
What
it's
am I-
third from the bottom. I don't know about y'all. I may have extra time.
Yeah, that just made a bunch of stuff pop up.
Well, do you see the second one that
Ah.
looks like a pen?
Yes.
Make
Yes.
sure it's highlighted, and they'll stay on the map when you go back into a token view.
Lonely
Charles, this is
Mountain, Allendale, Tullis, Larkin.
Not all the data's in any of them. I just went ahead and dragged them to their locations. I created stubs, dragged them around. The only one I've entered is Allendale. And you can actually
Okay.
double click it and it'll pop up the notes. Why did it not save my changes? Hold on a second. I got to edit that one again because I don't know why it didn't save it. I had it looking pretty.
I mean, it looks good from my point.
Yeah, but none of the headings are in there like I had set them
We have no heading.
because it changes the font and adds in a line and makes it just look nicer and more organized. I'm trying to get this to work the way I want it to. Okay, now it should show the headings correctly. Not that that really matters, but okay. So we are in Allendale. And see, now there should be 2 player tokens on the map. One of them is where the wagon is currently, and the other is where the players are currently.
That makes sense.
Normally they'll be together, but not always. Okay, so you're now talking with Brianna. She is still continuing to eat, and I'm assuming y'all are probably continuing to eat if you're not specifying that you're saying anything.
Yes.
So what do you do?
I'm gonna be honest. I have not thought of what I was gonna talk to with her or any kind of order or whatever. All I've done is organize.
I'd like to ask her if she has any books that I can use to try to study the Kaminoan language to try to learn it.
Kaminoan language? We've got plenty of stuff on the written language. I don't know of many that have heard it, though. There's probably some back in the college library.
Would you be able to get one for me or have someone go and get it?
We should be able to have someone bring a couple books. We'll see what I can find on the spoken language.
Okay, I'll check back in with someone tomorrow.
So was y'all's journey successful? Did you find what you were looking for?
We already did ask this.
that and some. That and some.
What she said last time, she said she's been transcribing. And she mentioned Devi figured out many of the scrolls. And she told us Bryn has been doing well, has been embarrassed. We explained to her about the Lonely Mountain, the new fire scar which was created, and she pointed us to the Adventurers Guild who could help us find ancient civilizations.
Yes.
So we have already kind of talked about what we
Okay.
just went through.
I've slept since then, so I forgot.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's the only reason I bring it up because I'm like, I know that it's been. I went to go look and see like what did we talk about. I should have covered that in the recap when I was going over it probably, but it's hard to
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see. Hmm.
She's starting to finish her meal.
Has has your leader been by here, or is he in Larkin by chance?
Um, Last I heard, he was out trying to find something. I'm not sure what. He's always off doing something. He's fairly busy. He generally doesn't like to interfere too much in our activities.
Would we be able to set up a meeting with him at some point?
Oh, sure, no problem. We can send a messenger to him as soon as we can.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
He is a busy man, and I have no idea what he's currently going after, but he's usually off doing something. Kind of like you guys, always has something he's looking for.
Would we have the supplies right now to be able to do uh, a ritual? Like if we told her the supplies that we need, would she know about if they have them to send Eric a message?
The messaging ritual, yeah, it's
Would,
more of a act than an actual cost.
Okay. That's something we could do before bed, one of us.
yeah, yeah, how many people does it take for that?
It only requires one, but it goes quicker if you have more.
I think that's something we'd like to do before we go to sleep then.
Yeah,
Send
anyone,
Eric the message.
anyone with spell casting can assist,
All
All
right.
right, then I will help with that for sure.
and the person doing it has to know the spell messenger or message.
Well, that would be Core then.
Hey,
You're the one that did it before, right?
pretty
We don't
sure
have
I
to
no
all.
longer have that mislabeled as massage. So,
From 100 feet
That's a,
away, you can make their shoulders feel nice.
yes.
That sounds like
okay.
it's a more useful spell.
Pretty sure that's not what they meant.
Gives me +2 to diplomacy.
Does.
It'd be nice if
Probably
it
gives you
did.
+2 to a couple other things. Okay.
Okay, so do y'all want to do your ritual tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, I think we'll forget.
Are we gonna try to catch it with Debbie tonight?
We'll probably do that tomorrow. He seemed like he was busy.
Okay.
Oh, he seems to work at night too, right?
Yeah, because he was sleeping and eating while we were down there, and then when we came
Well,
up
yeah,
here,
that's
he
true.
was just going down, so we somehow missed him in passing.
I mean, but
He
as
was going
Charles
down.
said, we're
He was going down to do a little bit of work before going to bed.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
He still
we're pro-
sleeps at night. He just sleeps odd hours because he's a wizard.
okay.
All right. So, what is your message?
Let me post it. All right, I have posted the message into Foundry. We found Willem in an old dwarven homestead in the Lonely Mountain. He has been fully consumed by the Quelith tablet, which we now have in our possession, and has freed what seems to be a part of a Titan. He is clearly the leader of the cult which has been growing over this territory. We have found information on the stones of creation and how they are tied to the Titans. We learned much in a giant tree and caverns where there are two civilizations we have begun to help and care for. We are working with the Order of the Keys in these locations, and they have added their own guards for safety. We may benefit by having our own guards and thought you may be able to help us. The town west of the Lonely Mountain, Zan, has been consumed in fire, similar to the Fire Scar, and dwarves from Anturcum have begun to wall it off and stop passage into it. We may also need your help with access to this area, as there is a Fire Titan hand within the temple here, which seems to have the ability to destroy tablet pieces, which have infected the cultists and Willem. If you have any other information on cultists, creation stones, or titans you think may help us, please pass it along. Thank you. The easiest way to meet us would be to meet us in Larkin at the Order of the Keys base on the edge of the Wizard campus in an old tower.
All right.
Hopefully, that captures everything that he needs to know.
All right. It took you about 45 minutes to do that ritual.
Okay. I think we're pretty much going to do that, then start heading to bed.
Oh,
Is there anything else? Is there?
do we not want to go out to the kobolds?
I mean, if it's free, we probably could. Did you have a message already for that, Tatala?
I do have a message already set for the kobolds.
Do we have any just to send them a message?
What's that? That music
Do
is
we
actually too loud right now.
Music is too loud.
Right now it is. It's distracting. It's a very short message to the kobolds, because pretty much just checking to see if they're alive. Do we want to send it?
Yeah, if it's free, we can try. Steve, what's up, buddy? Is that how it starts?
Sort of. A little more formal. All right, the message to the kobolds. To Steve, Alex, and other kobolds within the Lonely Mountain. We know the mountain has been collapsed, but we are hoping the labyrinth you live within survived the fall and wanted to check to ensure you are safe. If so, please respond to this message. We are hoping they know how to do that, and we are not going to insult their intelligence by giving them instructions. We have discussed this.
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right. That took you about another 45 minutes.
It's time to sleep, man.
Yeah, it's now close to midnight.
It's time for a good night's rest.
Sounds good.
We can work out what we're going to do in sequential order in the morning.
And we all have our own rooms, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Charles, the room that Felicia was brought to, did they possibly bring her anywhere close to Hitala's room?
All the guest rooms are in one wing, so they're all near each other.
Right. As we're walking back, Hitala is going to say to everyone, make sure that you're watching over Felicia. Not just because I'm concerned about her, but we still don't know how involved she was in this.
You want to set
It
an
could be
alarm on our door?
That's not a bad idea.
We can have the naughty one.
That's true. There are plenty around and wouldn't be as noticeable that she's being watched.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cor, can you let Navi know?
Yeah, is Navi around?
There is one of the Anati tending in the hallway currently.
Okay, I'll just speak with him. Hello, excuse me?
Yes, can I help you?
Yes, we were wondering if you would be able to assign someone to watch the young lady we brought in earlier today.
Oh,
we're,
most definitely.
yes, we're a little concerned. We don't know much about her, and she was previously infected. So hopefully she's good. But if she's trying to sneak out, or if anything odd is happening with her, can you please wake at least one of us, if not all of us?
Yeah. It is my duty to watch the halls tonight, but I will also bring someone else to help.
Thank you very much. It's very helpful.
We found with all the extra guests involved, we have to keep someone stationed in the hallways. We've had one or two incidences at night with one of the humans going wandering.
Have they been trying to steal anything? And is this the mercenaries?
No, most of them have been trying to urinate in odd positions.
What did I just miss?
They seem to think of it as a game to see who can go off the side of the tree at the highest spot.
Interesting.
I'm assuming this is the mercenaries.
Yes.
Probably the mercenaries. You
Sounds
can
about-
just have some spiders try to crawl and bite them if need be. They'll stop if they'll get the hint.
Well, we already caught one when he fell.
Oh, okay.
He literally tried to climb out a branch in his underwear.
Not a smart child.
He claimed something about sleepwalking, but we do not believe him.
At least they're keeping an eye on the mercenaries. It's good to hear.
Hey, no offense, we keep an eye on everyone here, including you.
Especially you, Nita.
Hey, why? Well, there's nothing I'm doing.
I just have to inform you, I took a journal note so that I can keep track of this for my purposes of the messages you sent, and I really can spell wonderfully. I said this is the journal note called Messages. There's no R in it, and there's a bunch of E's and S's that are extra.
As long as it's not massages, we're good.
Okay. So y'all managed to sleep through the night with nothing major going on. You wake up the next morning, nice and early. There's a good amount of activity currently going on in the tree.
Is it just the normal daily kind of hubbub?
You don't know.
All right, so let's
I've
check.
been here.
Been here long enough to
We-
figure
we-
that out.
We don't know what the daily hubbub is here.
That's true. We've only been gone a week.
You
we've
did notice
not-
that there are
but
a
we've-
couple people wandering around with some breakfast food that's portable in their hands, taking it to eat with them. Others going about their business. Others that are obviously dressed for leisure.
Just a normal day
Okay.
here in the tree.
I'd like to go to the I guess the breakfast area and sit down for a meal and wait for the others to show up.
Yeah, most of the activity is centered around the breakfast, the meal hall. And now that you are rested, you notice that the meal hall is in really good condition. It has been cleaned, it has been organized, the furniture looks all new, and it looks like there's enough room for probably about 35 people in there at once. If not more.
Has Maury been around? Or she?
Do you ask someone?
Yes, I'll inquire about her.
Because there's an naughty attendant, and there's also an order of keys attendant in the breakfast room.
I'll speak with the Anadi.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Maury? Yes, the tree warden. She is out doing her morning rounds.
Okay, if she happens to stop by, can you ask her we're looking to check in with her?
Yes, I'll let her know.
Thank you.
She usually comes by not long before lunch each morning. She heads out at dawn to survey the surroundings.
All right, I'm going to sit down and just I guess I'll sit down and just start eating. See if anyone approaches me or wait for the others to show up.
As soon as you sit, the Anadi comes over and asks if you would like breakfast.
Yes, please. I'll just take whatever you're serving.
We have 3 different options for meals. We have the standard elven fare, we have standard, I guess, common fare, and then we have portable fare.
I'll have the standard fare, please.
No problem. And they basically bring you a plate with eggs, some kind of breakfast sausage of some kind, and some various mushrooms and other herbs and things that are local from the forest.
Elijah, put the
I'm
knife
gonna
away.
walking up behind Core, look over his shoulder, pick up the plate, poke around a little bit, eat a couple of the mushrooms, put it back down, and then sit down and ask for what he got from the Anati.
And can I have a few extra mushrooms? Apparently mine are
No
gone.
problem.
Thanks, Core. I appreciate it. I
Yeah,
would like.
no problem, buddy.
So what are we doing first?
Waiting for
I
all the
mean,
sleepyheads to show up.
yeah.
All right, on my way down, I want to check on Felicia. I'm
Okay.
gonna head to her room, look in, see she look all right.
She is getting dressed and ready to go.
Uh, did you sleep well?
Pretty good. The tall people brought me some clothes.
That's good. Uh,
I guess I'm a
mm,
little hungry.
well, they do serve. They do
Days.
have breakfast. You can come down and eat with us if you'd like.
Yes, I think I will.
Well, come on.
Where are we again?
This is a place called Allendale. It is a tree basically created by elves
Hey,
that can grow, and it's large enough for people to live in.
Oh, an elven tree city.
Exactly.
Oh, I've heard of those in my school books.
Yep, now you get to be in one. This one's a bit overgrown, but we just got a tree tender recently who's going to help make it grow more properly uh, and make it really nice.
Hmm, interesting.
Yep. And the Anati here do a really good job keep taking care of everybody. And of course, the spiders keep people safe, surprisingly.
Spiders? Glad I'm not afraid of spiders.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm not afraid of spiders, but at the moment, I'm dealing with it.
Hmm. So she follows you to the breakfast room.
And I guess I'll sit with the crew and get myself a standard portion.
Okay. Kylie?
I'm just gonna head down.
Okay. You've just finished your morning preparations, and so you're ready to go about your day.
Anybody sing Winky?
He was probably still asleep.
You're muted. I can't hear you at all.
How's something that small sleep that long?
He was still snoring. I was so
I don't know why you're muted because it doesn't show a muted symbol on your thing.
Yeah, you're not speaking. Is your mic turned down?
Is it plugged in?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Did you sever it with your knife you were playing with?
he's talking in his phone.
He just posted in the Twitch. I'm not muted. I don't know what's happening. Okay.
Are your
Yeah,
headphones
sure.
plugged in?
Make sure your headphones are plugged in correctly. Make sure all that's good. Make sure there's no mute button on the headphones. There's probably a mute button on the headphones you can toggle. Still can't hear you. I'm gonna have to go in there and help you. Oh, now you muted yourself and no. All right, let me
Are
go
you
help you.
talking loud enough? I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Is it his threshold settings?
Maybe. Please pause for technical difficulties.
That was a good timing. And now I am the GM.
And there
Aw.
goes my 45-minute timeout as usual. The most annoying thing that only affects me.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery continues.
Is it linked to your phone and not your computer?
I didn't
Because
think
that Bluetooth?
Can you hear now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay.
Got it?
Yay!
There you go.
Just had to turn it off and on again.
I was
All
right.
right.
Rude.
What do you do?
I said I was gonna head downstairs before a towel, but my mic wasn't working. So.
No problem. So you get down to the breakfast room, and everyone is starting to get plates of food.
Okay, I'm gonna sit down.
Server
Morning, Jim.
comes up. What kind of breakfast would you like?
Standard.
No problem. And they bring you a standard breakfast.
Okay.
I take wing mushrooms too.
Nope. I slap him.
Okay. I'll pull my hand back and give him a look. Like, come on, man.
You can have mine knead up.
Thank you. See, at least somebody's classy around here.
Either that or she doesn't like mushrooms.
Or I poison them.
Like mushrooms.
Okay. So y'all have finished eating. What do you do now?
Well, what's our first task, guys? I mean, we got food in the stomach. That's always a good thing to start with. But where do we want to move to first? We got a lot on our plate, figuratively and literally. These are good food.
Felicia, are you ready to go home?
Yes.
I mean,
How
I
long
say
will
we
it take?
It is
Bye,
back
Felicia.
to Larkin,
So-
correct?
Yes, so surprisingly, not as long as you might think.
We can have you back there by mid-morning.
Really? What kind of magic is that?
Movie magic.
The good
That
stuff.
Winky?
Movie magic.
I don't know what that is.
The movie.
If we're going to Larkin, I can take all the stuff we've collected and sell it, and also buy some more things. Do you guys have
That's a
anything
good
you want
idea.
to be bought? Any ingredients or accessories or runes or anything?
I can give you a list of some of the ingredients I need for. We're definitely going to need more healing potions. I think we've used a lot of them, and then I've got some upgrades I'd like done as well.
And Winky, we got that Minotaur head that we were gonna try and make you some suitable armor with.
I'm gonna make me suitable armor with.
You're
I
gonna
will
make
trust it in your hands.
Yeah, he's a smith.
Yeah, my name is Smith. Winky
Is-
Smith.
Is Winky able to repair my lion shield?
Winky.
Probably.
Are you a master craftsman, Winky?
Let me see.
Yeah, it's a.
I have
I
to. How do you get into your character sheet when you don't
It's
have your
the
character on the
skull.
board?
It's the
You have to
skull.
go to the
Oh,
little
skull.
skull
top
thing and
right
click on
side.
your name.
Okay.
Should be under players.
Clicked it. It should pop up. There it is. Okay. It's gotta load up.
And does anyone need ammunition?
I could use a couple more darts. I think we need to start trying to subdue some of these guys. Also, if we could find some like easy for you to say, paralysis poison, maybe we could subdue some people and question, find out
I'm-
more before they go all squiggly.
I'm trained in crafting.
Okay. You have to be a master to repair a magic item.
Okay, so I'll have to find a smith for that.
Yeah, but it's only 2 more levels of upgrades on that, so.
Do you need any
Yeah, I'm
sling
just.
bullets, Hatala?
I'm checking.
You should be good because you've been, for the most part, able to collect your ammo back.
Yeah, I have 17. It looks like she's counting really fast through her bag. And I still lost one because it was in that ghost room. And I
Hmm.
wasn't
Do
going
you
back in there.
do you want any special bullets,
Towards this.
like a light
I,
bullet
I
or
mean, if
anything?
Just a little bit.
I don't, I actually have at least
Oh.
one of those left, I think.
Why
But
do George right there? You're not using it for anything.
I have one light bullet left. She holds it up, slightly glowing. But I don't know if you see something interesting, maybe. But I think the regulars are fine. I've got to make myself a halfling sling staff soon. Make this sling a little better than it is now. But if you find one of those, maybe go ahead and buy it. But I doubt you'll be able to find one. They're fairly rare. We're not very close to the halfling lands. But definitely, if you can find some upgrades for my rapier, I've given you. She hands him a note with the information she wants on it. It's in the Discord. You know that though.
Yeah. If I click in the Discord, it's gonna screw up all the video.
Oh,
Can you throw it into
Foundry
either
chat.
Hangouts or the
you know you can
actually?
pop out the Discord video stuff, and you might
I
be able
mean,
to
I
make
can
that work.
try it. Hold on,
I'm not saying
Twitch.
do it. I'm not saying do it right now. Maybe next time, another test time.
Okay,
I can go into this and
just
let's see.
Hey, Eritane, you saw that spell the Lich did. You think that's something you could put into wand or staff form? Something that if you have
yeah.
to stay here like that, something we could use to also remove the keys or something. Maybe,
He tells you that making a scroll would be about all she could do with it right now. She's not very well versed on how to make wands.
Would you be
okay.
able to just teach me, or
Yeah, that would be a good one too. Could you teach this one? I know he's hard to teach, but
we're we're both sorcerers?
It is a first level spell, so she would be able to teach you if you can cast first level spells.
I can. I have one slot for that.
One slot would be you can leave a key in a receptacle.
well, it's the only spell we know associated with the portals right now.
I mean, we could also just have Eritane with us. Just for that. Even though she's not here. Her player's not here.
That
Give me
means
a
we have to
second.
cut Charles with the NPC.
Right. William, I posted the list in Facebook.
You gave the people Core's real name? How dare you?
I mean, do you not want me to use his real name? I posted to Will on Facebook. I didn't post to Core. He doesn't exist and doesn't have a Facebook. Just as a quick reminder here, the city of Larkin has a 200,000 population. It has more extensive libraries because it is the largest city in the area, but it is not the capital. The capital is Riven. It's the home of the Order of the Keys. They're not a very well-known group, but that may be changing because of our involvement. While we were traveling one time from Riven to Larkin, we saw large birds being ridden by goblins, and we have no idea why. Core is banned from a bar here because stuff.
Bar here.
And this
Cover.
contains a wizard school with a public library, which Devi gained us access to by passing a quiz. There is an entire section dedicated to creation stones, and this is where we met Brianna, who we were having dinner with the night before. And she brought us to the campus, to the area where the Order of the Keys actually is. This is actually where Core repaired his katana before. And this is where we met the Skull clan of the goblins and formed our treaty. The only other thing I have notes for at the moment is that Hatala has met the Thieves Guild in this area.
Thank you for that because I did not know any of that.
This is what I've been doing all week.
Beautiful.
Wait, how did you know the core got banned?
Because it was in the notes for that session.
You were there for that session.
I
Remember
know,
my
but how
whole
does he
my
know?
whole homeless episode?
Yeah, but how does he know?
Because
I
I've
said
had the
that.
notes, dude. I still
How
have all
dare
the
you?
notes. All right, and also just to catch this up, while Felicia was a task given to us by her aunt, whose name is Alicia, to confuse us quite a bit. But
Bye, Felicia. Huh?
she is a Kingsman's knight or whatever in Larkin, so that's why we're going to bring her back there. So much backstory we can still hit.
I've got your list in now.
You got it? Okay. I couldn't say like what would be, you know what? Oh,
Yeah, we're
core.
gonna have
I
to
mean,
just
you
see
look.
what runes we come across.
Yeah, what you can find. I've got what I would like
Do
to
you
have.
do you have? Oh, how do they break them apart?
Okay, your
There.
spell book's been
So
updated, Core.
thank you. So
Can
there
we get some
are
room?
striking runes, and there are what's the other?
See, potency.
Potency. So you need potency in order to be able to install the striking, right? Or to be able to install something else.
Yeah, you have to have the potency to be able to put on an effect rune, and striking is an effect rune.
Okay.
And any potency is a plus effect.
Mhm.
A
So
more
Winky
improved.
has potency and striking. I think I have potency on the katana.
Yeah, you just have potency.
Yeah,
And
you have potency.
Hatala, do you have anything on your rapier?
I have potency. That's it.
Okay. Nadept, do you have or want anything for the axe? I'm gonna
Uh,
need your weapons, by the way, because
think-
I'll have to drop them off.
No, y'all can install them here. You just have to buy the runes.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Is that I guess with Devi being able to do it?
Core.
Uh,
And
Do you think
technically,
we
y'all can install the runes. If you have the rune, anyone can install it as long as they have the right skills.
Cool.
Debbie's the one who actually transferred the rune, the
Yeah,
potency
he
rune
has
from your.
magical crafting.
Yeah,
I
but
think he was able to create a
transferred.
rune.
I don't remember him doing. Well, I don't remember this either. I read the notes. He transferred the potency rune from your bastard sword to your katana
Yeah.
for free.
what's the rune that Winky has?
Striking one and
Yeah.
potency. Core, could you get me some runes for my new armor I'm gonna make?
Yeah, I can see what they have. Atala, do you have our current gold set, and also happen to have the list of what we have to sell?
Of course I do.
Little Miss Studious over there.
She is now writing a note down of the information that she has. And she is now passing that note to Will, or to Core, sorry. That is a list of things that we have that we need to sell. And
The money balance.
this is our ledger.
Got a little coin.
Yeah, for reference, a +1 weapon potency rune is only 35 gold.
I'll take one of those.
No, +2.
Like 1,000.
Yeah, it's gonna grow exponentially.
Yeah, I need a +2 on my hammer if we ever can get that.
When we have 1,000 gold to throw out, it'll happen, bud.
Now, what you need to do is you need to save up to get him in the next level of striking.
What is striking to?
So you would end up with 3d12.
Yeah, but what do you strike?
Well, you strike
Your
a lot of
hammer.
stuff. You strike doors,
No.
walls.
What? How much
stones.
does it cost? I mean, what does it cost?
That's what I'm looking up.
Why should it only cost 2 gold?
+2 striking is 1,000 gold pieces, which is 12th level, maybe.
Plus tax is $2,200.
I'd say tax isn't really applicable, but it depends on the town, I would guess.
And don't you
And
have
In
to have a
general, you would
property
assume that the
runes?
tax would already be involved.
Yeah, it doesn't work like America.
Do you need like type 2 potency rune in order to attach a +2 striking rune?
For every potency rune you have, you can add another type of magical effect or rune to your weapon. So, for instance, Hitala has a potency rune, so she can add any other rune she would like to it, but that's it. Same thing with your katana.
So really, you'd want to get a +1 potency and +1 striking rune at the same time. And
Yeah,
affix both.
if you didn't have any potency at the moment, wow, that sounded bad. If you are impotent, then yes.
And it doesn't actually specify that you have to have the level of plus. It's the equivalent of your striking. So that means a +1 rune could have major striking still.
All right, well there we go. But
The
as
difference
far as
is +2 would allow you to have striking and another effect.
Gotcha.
Like you could add fire or energy or whatever to it.
I'll be right back, gentlemen. Sorry.
Offended.
How dare you say gentlemen? There's obviously a baby girl in this group too.
I'm not a baby.
I was talking about need it.
Okay, well he's definitely not a baby either.
Yeah, Needup's just a tree.
I just hit my knee and it hurts so much.
It's gonna be interesting. So, Core, you're gonna try to see if you can find these items for sale, and I'll take Felicia home. Who's going with me? Eve, you want to go with me?
Yeah, I'm down.
All right.
I guess
I'll go with Core.
I thought you
I'll
were
go
going to be
with Core.
blacksmithing your armor.
Yeah, aren't you gonna be working on your armor?
Oh
Winky?
yeah, I'll do that then. I
At some
completely
point, we need
forgot
to be
about
looking into how. After you guys drop off, because my shopping is probably going to take a while. After you drop off, um, Felicia, can you check in to see if how we might be able to do a third circle magic in order to do a ritual, so that we
Uh,
can try to see our creation
I
levels and try to get that
wasn't
balanced
that
out.
just we needed to be able to do third circle magic, which means level 3 magic,
That potentially,
right?
Yes.
I was just reading your
Isn't
note, so.
isn't Needup to that point?
I'll be right
Needup,
back.
can you perform these rituals now? Oh no, he's an empty chair.
And he's not an arcane caster.
Ah. The question then would be,
What about
now that
Eritane?
Debbie's an NPC,
But we'd have to get a hold
I
of
don't
Debbie.
I don't know if Aratane is a high
Not high
enough
enough level yet.
level,
Next level she will be.
because she is a
Do we
level
She
want
has to
to
lower.
show up
mess
and play.
around with trying to balance ourselves without knowing the levels?
I don't think we need to. No, you should not be playing around with those creation stones.
Okay.
I think utilizing the spell is the proper way to go.
Well, remember, the other half of the problem is you don't know how to add a specific amount of energy to you either.
Yeah.
According to my notes, that spell is supposed to be able to help imbue it as well. I don't know if that means you know how to do how much, but
It just allows you to track how much you have so you know how much you need.
okay. So where I put, oh crap, where the heck is it? I put can also imbue creation into someone. I need to take that off.
Yeah, it does not do that.
All it does is let you see the level of creation within a person.
Right. The writing in the book where you found the ritual does explain how to do that, but that's not what the ritual's for.
Okay.
And Debbie has to finish translating everything. Because again, y'all have
So
given him everything to translate.
yeah, just as a catch up for anybody who's watching, these stones of creation are, if you've ever watched Captain Planet, you have a pretty good idea of what these would then be, but or Avatar, which is probably more applicable for this day and age. But earth, fire, wind, air, earth, fire, wind.
Water,
What am I missing? Water.
life, death.
And then, well, see, life and death we found out about later, as in
Lightning.
this world did not know of more than 4, and now there are life and death that we have found. And these
And
stones of
lightning.
creation have, it's not lightning, that's air. That's air's effect on a person. So that it's clear, our crew has been infected, or rather blessed, you could say, by different effects. Hitala has been kind of entranced by the Queleth or Death Stones in a way, and she wears a reliquary necklace around her neck to keep her from being affected by that. And Core, played by Will, is affected by fire and darkness, and death, rather, and he has a reliquary as well that is balanced. and it keeps him from being as affected by it as he was. Needip, played by Payton, is affected by water and air.
Mhm.
I think it is, and he has nothing protecting him from it, and they're on each of his hands. And because of that, Winky was affected because he touched Winky. So Winky has air as well.
And
Winky
I'm
is played by my son Elijah. So
Yes.
just to give that why that's a factor into this whole play, we need to understand how to help ourselves be cured from this or balanced from this rather. Okay.
And as once you're infected, the infection slowly grows throughout you. And it grows by eating a portion of your soul as it grows. It consumes your immortal soul and powers itself up. And that's
Yep.
why Will found the amulet, which helps slow down that process.
Yeah, but I would never
Souls.
have my character would never have any if Nita just wouldn't stop touching everything.
That is a point.
Pretty-
Cora, as you go out, see if you can find gloves. I know I have that on my list, but
Yeah, I want to buy
Yeah, I've got it
gloves.
on.
Please.
So
But you don't need gloves because you were touched on the shoulder.
right, but
Yep.
As long as you don't
still-
go rubbing your shoulder on people, you're not going to infect someone.
I'm specifically talking about Needip over here.
Yeah, I'm talking to Winky though.
But I still want gloves.
Yeah, okay, then
I
you can
thought my-
get gloves.
I thought my character had gloves already, but
does he want gloves or like gauntlets? There's
yeah,
a bit of a price difference.
Well, no,
Gauntlet.
when he makes his newest set of armor, it'll include gauntlets, but it doesn't
Okay.
cover the gauntlets cover the back of the hand, not the front of the hand.
Okay.
Yeah, give me
It
some
still
gloves.
needs
Just some leather
some kind of-
gloves.
Yes,
Give me
leather
some
gloves
gloves.
would be the best.
Itala needs gloves
Natural
too.
materials are better at blocking the
Uh,
power.
Yeah, they're gonna need to
I'm just gonna get gloves all around. I've got a note here that I'm gonna buy some cold weather, because that's the weather's starting to turn.
right.
Hmm.
You need to buy cold weather.
Cold weather
On my
clothing.
list, I said thin leather gloves. I still need to be able to feel as good as possible, but I'd want to be protected from infection.
Hmm. Yeah, you might want to at minimum get a winter cloak for everyone, if not also a winter overcoat. It depends on where you go. Like if you go further north, you're going to need more than just the cloak. If you go further south, the cloak will be more than enough. The area we're in now is a fairly temperate region that is pretty average temperature wise.
So it shouldn't be too harsh.
Yeah, the further inland you go, the colder it'll be. The closer to the coast, the warmer it'll be. Like Allendale is quite far inland compared to Larkin, so it's much colder in Allendale. Not to mention it's also at the top of a giant tree. So the wind blows through it fairly easily, which is nice in the summertime because it stays nice. And elves generally don't have fireplaces in their cities, so they don't bother with it because elves aren't bothered by average cold. Now, if you dunk an elf into a snowdrift, he will get cold eventually, but for the most part, most elves don't need any protective wear from the weather, other than when they get wet.
Oh, we were talking. Well, while you were you walked away. I guess you were getting mushrooms off of other people's plates. But you can't do these ritual things we were talking about because you don't do arcane magic. So
True.
we still got to find somebody to be able to do that for us.
Yeah, the specific
Maybe
ritual you're talking about requires an arcane caster.
maybe Debbie could do it, but we'll need to talk to him, and that'll at least be to after this afternoon once we bring Felicia home.
Just a quick question,
Alicia.
Tim. Did we have Tim start going towards Riven?
No.
All
We
right, so
didn't
we
want
need to
him
check
to
on
We
him
didn't
and
want
travel
him
alone.
to travel without y'all in him.
Yeah,
Within
the idea was he's going to stay where he is, and then when we're with him, we'd help him travel to keep him protected. It's a very awkward
okay.
position because
Uh,
he's just sitting by a mountain right now.
I know at some point we need to get him to Riven because I believe that's where the Adventurers Guild is. So maybe we can
Well,
take care of some stuff and go make that journey with him.
yeah, that's probably more pertinent than talking to Debbie. We'll take care of this stuff in the morning. Bring Felicia home. You get some shopping done and meet back here, and then head to Tim the Enchanter and help get our cart to Riven. Sound like a plan?
Yes.
All right.
Nadep, what were you gonna be? Are you going with me, Nadep?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you with the shopping, just in case there's something that catches my eye.
Okay. And just for clarity, on the list you sent me, it said trap axe. Nadep holding it. What is a trap axe?
This, I'll pull the giant like guillotine blade out. Apparently,
Oh, okay,
still
yeah, the
carrying
guillotine blade. I gotcha.
Yeah, it's basically a 2-foot hunk of tool grade steel.
Yeah,
Oh,
I did
was that on my
in my
list?
brain it was not labeled as trap axe.
Do you want to
Yeah,
get that stuff
I labeled it that way specifically because it was from a trap.
Hatala?
Yes.
You want to get the stuff out of the bag of holding? While we're at the
I've already.
Up,
I'll tell you what.
just holding it
Core,
now.
you're gonna probably need to carry all this stuff in the bag of holding, because there's a giant silver mirror and all this other stuff. So here, I'm gonna need it back because I can only carry like 4 things. So that's what as soon as it came up, I was like, I gotta have this. But we started shoving giant things in it. But the only thing in that right now is like the giant
Okay.
silver mirror and the painting.
Now, are y'all planning to sell the trap axe blade, or are y'all going to keep it used for material with smithing?
It's a good question. How much Winky do you think you'll need to do what you're gonna do beyond the Minotaur head you have? That's gotta sound really weird to anybody that doesn't know what's happening.
It's going to take some more material.
Would
Yeah, I
And
think
this
I
would
can
actually
use,
provide enough material that after you're done with it, you'll still have material left over.
yeah, I could use the axe.
Okay, we'll just leave
all right?
that
You
with
think?
him then.
Okay, we'll leave that here so he can use it to work on. By the way, the Minotaur head is not a flesh and blood Minotaur head. It is made of metal. He's gonna make a armor piece. You can see in the picture we got of him there. We've already designed it out in the picture. So
Okay, are we all set? Oh, before we leave, I'd like to ask the Anati if one is around.
Yes?
Do you have? Would you be able to supply us with rations while we're out and about? And do you happen to have a sleeping bag that I can travel with?
They don't travel, so they don't have any of gear like that at all. You'd have to buy it in town and bring it in.
And the rations?
They don't travel, so they don't
Oh,
deal with
okay,
that.
okay. Um, I didn't know if that was what the third option was.
I don't know how much of our rations we actually have used.
We used a lot. We used, I think we're
What I
down to
had
like
noted was
maybe 5 or
17
6
days.
apiece right now.
I had 17 days of rations
But that
noted
was
down.
before we were gone for a week.
Yeah, I have not kept up with this or taken away anything on that. So, because we've been in a mountain, dog.
I think we need to go up to at least 2 weeks worth. So if we had 17 and we were gone for a week, we're down to 10.
Man, I wish they could.
I
Whoever's
set that down.
watching could see me talk to Badgermoles.
All right, it says 10 now.
All right.
What?
All right. So Hatala and Eve are taking Felicia home. Winky is going to smith his armor. And Core and Needip to go selling and buy. All right, that's all noted down.
How much money do you have, or do you think you'll have extra? Because you do need some supplies before Winky can craft his armor. There's no forge in the tree.
I posted kind of an overview of what we have and what we're looking to sell in the chat window.
Okay.
Oh, so we're gonna have to
Plus
buy.
a
They're
sleeping
gonna have
bag.
to buy something for him. Is there nothing applicable in the cavern area?
No, because none of them did any smithing.
Okay.
But because you've already got space, you don't have to build a building. You just have to get the supplies for the furnace and anvil and things like that. It'd be a total of 250 gold to set up a blacksmith shop that anyone can use, and then actually the people at the tree could actually start making their own gear.
I believe I have a travel kit. Is that enough to get started with?
No, a travel kit allows you to do repair and things like that, sharpening, minor issues.
Does Winky just need to go with us shopping?
He probably needs to.
All
For
right,
250, he can get all the masonry and everything necessary to set up a forge outside the tree.
okay.
Or underground.
We can set it
outside
up in
tree.
the Ettins area.
Yeah, the Ettins camp actually is a partially stone building, so it would work fine. And actually, because it's a partially stone building, I think you can get away with only spending 200 gold to set up the blacksmith shop.
Okay.
I hear this.
Okay, are we ready to roll? I know we still got to figure out a bunch of the gateway keys and stuff, and we have some other few minor things, but I think this is a pretty good set for the day.
Yeah, as long as we don't get too sidetracked and we can get back here and focus back on other stuff we got to do, I think we'll be okay.
All right. So y'all step through the portal. Hold on a second.
The treehouse has a portal or gateway room that has somewhere around 15 different gateways. I can't totally explain all of them, but there was really only one for sure. This is badly explained. There's one that goes down to a cavern. There's one that goes to Larkin to the Order of the Keys. And we have some special ones that work with our cart. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but just trying to give you an idea of how we're doing this. All right, so step through.
All right.
We're stepping through.
You step through the portal, and you arrive inside the Order of the Keys basement. And you notice the basement has been cleaned out and most of the gear cleared out of it. It looks like there are boxes and shipping goods and other materials stacked around, and there are at least 2 armed guards down here. And it looks like one of them is watching the portal and the other is watching the door to come down here.
This looks like the supplies for the tree that our steward's been using.
You have no idea. lots of boxes. You just see wooden boxes.
Okay.
You'd have to go rummaging through them to figure all that out.
As we come through, do the guards look suspicious of us or anything like that? Like,
The first guard is like, "Hey, wait," and the other guard's like, "No, no, no, no." He waves the guy off, and he's like, "Oh, okay,"
so they
and he stands at attention.
somehow they recognize us.
You don't know.
Odd. Okay.
I'm gonna turn to one of them as we're walking by. Security a little tight, huh?
Got to make sure that nothing comes through the portal, just in case something bad happens on that end, and make sure nothing can come through the portal if something bad happens on this end.
Sounds like you know what you're doing. Keep it up.
All right, you make it upstairs, and you're inside the College of Magic.
Okay. Felicia, you doing okay? No, that
It's
was
amazing. You're in the College of Magic.
Have you been here before?
Mm-hmm.
Is this where you were going to school?
Mm-mm. I took a class or two, but I'm not skilled enough for that.
Oh, is this close to where that meeting was you were talking about?
I'm not sure. I just really don't remember. It's somewhere in the area.
Okay. Well, uh, do you know where Alicia might be that we could bring you to her? Or is there somewhere? I mean, I would like to bring you.
Today she's at work.
I mean, I'd like to bring you to her since she asked.
She's always at.
Well, then, do you want to head? You want to guide us there?
Okay. She takes you to the office for the Kingsman.
Okay. Uh,
Most
Eve,
of the
can
time
you,
she's in here if she's not out doing something.
Eve, can you talk to him? I'm taking notes.
Oh,
I'm gonna take notes. You run this. Come on, you can do it.
okay. All right. Hi.
Wow, this is awkward.
You gotta. That's how I'm starting the conversation. Hi.
Yes, can I help you?
We're here to see Alicia.
1 second. One of them shouts back, "Hey, Elise, somebody's here for you." She comes out. Yes, what is it? Oh, it's you guys.
We found Felicia.
You did? Is she safe?
She's right there.
Oh, yes. And she runs and hugs her.
Beautiful.
And it's obvious that Felicia looks slightly uncomfortable with the hug.
uh,
And then you notice that Alicia notices that, and Alicia straightens her armor again. Excuse me. It's good to see you again. And you even
Yeah.
notice one of the guards in the corner snickering as he turns around and walks off. It's obvious from what you've seen. She's the woman in the man's world who acts more like a man than most of them. So that little bit of emotion was too much to display in that world.
Okay.
Cool. Well, I'm glad you guys are back together.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
She goes and starts rummaging through a desk. Was it difficult finding her?
Just a little. Maybe like a.
an interesting note that you might want to consider, Alicia. Felicia has no memory of what has happened to her since a certain time, a certain meeting. So it may be good to keep watch of her, make sure that she's doing all right. Felicia has told me several times that she's doing well, so I have confidence that she is going to be well, but I just wanted you to know that and know that I don't know if she's going to act strange or anything or have some problems due to this. I can't imagine this was a good ordeal. It was a cult that pulled her in, and of course you know that, but
So she was with the cult?
she was definitely with the cult.
I don't like that.
But
I'm going to keep her here, and we'll keep an eye on her for a while. I'll have her family come to visit us.
Hitala is going to write a quick note and pass it to Alicia.
Mm-hmm.
And it is going to say this. We learned the influence on the cultist seems to be blocked by innocence, and this may be the case for Felicia, but we are uncertain. If you have any problems, please let us know through the Order of the Keys.
She looks at it, nods, and then tosses it into a burner that's on nearby.
Okay. Back on you, Eve.
What else? What else am I supposed to tell her?
Role play, girlfriend.
She turns around and hands you a sack.
Oh, thank you.
It jingles.
I'm not gonna look at it. Hold on to it. It would be rude. I know Nita would look in it, son.
I'd weigh it in front of him.
Hitala's, let's see. You all enjoy your company, and I'm glad that we were able to bring her home safe. We have other business to attend to, so thank you very much. We'll head on.
By the way, did those other people find her? Find you? They were looking for her too?
They did. They are with us now, at least. They are working with us at the moment. So they did help us out.
Good. The guy seemed up and up. Not too sure about the lady.
What made you suspect of the lady?
She didn't talk much. Made him do everything.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for your time.
It seemed more like she was just wandering around with him.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
You too. Keep your noses clean.
Thala rubs her nose, looks at her finger, and she begins to walk out.
And you notice the lady muttering to herself as she wanders off.
That way we can hear what she was saying.
No.
Okay.
Only thing you heard was ridiculous little.
All right, we're gonna head to see if we can meet back up with Core and the rest of them.
You can head to the main market, which is where they're wandering around examining everything.
That'll take us a little bit, so I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. All right, Core?
Yeah. I'm with
Alright.
Core.
Like to start off trying to find a merchant to sell some of these gems and necklaces and artwork.
What?
Yourself. He dropped.
Why is Core and Nidip part of each other?
Fusion.
There we go. All right, so is it just
No.
Winky and Core?
And Nidep.
Or is Needip with y'all? Because I thought Needip was with them.
Since I spoke up while they were playing, I will be with them
Okay.
to make it fair.
All right, so Winky and Core, y'all have made it to the marketplace.
Alright.
Cool.
Like to try to
I'm
sell.
assuming Winky's looking for blacksmithing gear.
Yep.
He is. All right, I'd like to try to find a merchant to sell the gems and the artwork and the necklace. I imagine those would probably all be around the same area.
Yes, this is one of the main markets. It's not as much known for really high-end things, but there are merchants who travel and trade in just about any good you can imagine here.
Okay, and before we get into it, the is my what is it, like the hobnobber skill or anything coming into play for this, or is that just
Hold on.
for like downtime?
I'm looking at it because I can't remember. It's nice that I can just go to your character sheet and look at it. I have to say the latest update we got has made your looking at your character sheets a little more annoying.
Hmm. Yeah, it also it'll change the size on it too. I've noticed.
Hmm.
If you look at our character sheet, does it pop up on our screen?
You don't have Hobnob. You have Bargain Hunter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one. And then this
I
bargain
believe
hunter.
Eritane has Hobnob.
Okay. Yeah, I think hobnob has to do with actually interacting with people. Bargain hunter might be more of a um, earn money during downtime type deal.
Well, you're supposed to be able to get better deals with it too, but I don't know
Oh
what that.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. Basically, Bargain Hunter allows you to use your diplomacy almost as if you were rolling a check to earn income, but that earn income check is used to reduce the price of or increase the value of something you're selling or buying.
Okay.
So make a diplomacy check to use your bargain hunting skill to find a good merchant.
Oh, I actually have to click through everything to find it. All
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yay!
You find a merchant who's willing to buy all of the fancier items, the gemstones, the mirror, the artwork, and things like that, and he's giving you a really good price.
Okay. Sounds good.
He'll give you 400 gold for all those.
That does sound like a good price. Okay, we'll make that trade.
All right. So what are you gonna do next?
Looking for a weaponsmith. Um, are they going to have runes there as well, or is that going to be more of a?
Possibly. It depends. You might have to
Okay.
go to a magic person.
Okay. We'll
What
we'll go for
stuff?
the weapons first, because we have 3 or 4 pieces we can sell off.
Yeah.
What stuff did we just sell?
Here, I'll post it just a second.
If you, I don't want to have to hold you
Yeah.
up with that, but I also
Is the necklace, the gemstones, the artwork, and the small gems given by the kobolds based on what he just posted in the chat,
but not the silver mirror yet.
and the silver mirror.
Okay. Oh, did you post something in chat with it?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, there's so many chats.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
And
I see
I
it now.
forgot. It's 500 because the mirror is in there too.
easy peasy to get that stuff we need for the blacksmith stuff.
It's gonna go
Okay,
quick.
once y'all finish selling, that's what you'll
Yeah.
do next.
Yep.
Right.
Basically, you're shopping to find it while he's looking to get deals on selling your stuff.
Selling my hammer.
Not your hammer.
Yeah, I'm looking
My hammer would be
for
worth a
this
lot,
next
though.
set of items.
Yeah.
So make another diplomacy check. And by the time you finish that, everyone else has returned while you're looking for the next one.
Alrighty.
Okay, you find someone who is willing to give you an okay price for everything but the goblin stuff.
Okay. Wiki, do you think you just break down this goblin stuff for blacksmithing pieces? Is there
Probably.
Well, he tells you that you might want to go try the segment of town where the goblins hang out.
Okay. That's
They
right.
have
They
their,
are
they,
in
they
town
started
now.
to set up their own marketplace. There's now an actual contingency of goblins in town.
All right. Well, I guess we'll take the deal for the spear, the rapier, and the rabbit pelt.
Okay? He'll give you 5 gold for all of it.
All right.
If you're keeping it up in that chat, I can take care of everything. I didn't know y'all were doing that, so.
Yeah, I've got my shopping list going too, so keeping track of the money.
All right, do you want to go ahead and deal with the goblin weapons, or go ahead and purchase the blacksmithing supplies?
How far away is the goblin?
It's across the town a bit. You're already here in the
Yeah,
marketplace.
we're gonna do some buying before we go try and track down the goblins.
Okay.
All right, Winky.
Well,
What?
Winky has found a shopkeep who has everything necessary to actually set up a forge. Some heavy granite, some tools for shaping the granite, some fire clay masonry mix, and a bed of coals, a bellows, and an anvil. Everything you would need to set up a shop.
Ready to buy it, Core?
Yeah,
You can make a diplomacy check to try to reduce the price.
Ooh.
Nah, he wants the full 250 gold.
Fine.
You're muted.
We can try to walk around for a while to find another one if you want to, but
I'm not muted.
I am. I was muted.
Oh.
Yeah. Will was moving his lips but not saying a word. It's a reverse ventriloquism.
So do you want to go ahead and just get set up and get going on your armor?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that then.
Okay. And Winky, it will take you a couple trips unless Nita helps you.
Can't Core put the stuff that the bag? Can't Core use the bag of holding?
He could. But still, Nita is the one that's got the best bet of carrying the large objects because of his belt. Like carrying the anvil, he can just wander around with it.
Okay.
The anvil won't fit in the bag of holding.
I call Nita.
All right, you hear Winky asking for you. He's pointing at an anvil.
We've
wait.
made it.
Okay, I guess I'll tote this back to the tree for you. Is that what you need, Wiki?
Yep.
All right. I get your mushrooms at breakfast tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand off the bag to Hatala and see if she wants to hand it to Winky for this this project.
What? Why are you handing me this?
The bag of holding.
Oh, thanks. What's the problem?
Winky asked to use it for carrying the supplies back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Winky, go ahead. That's
Yeah.
definitely useful.
There's
Is there
actually enough room to load all the masonry products into there.
Nice.
All
Is
you have
there
to do
air
is then
on the
carry
back
the
of
tools and tools and bellows.
You guys want to help me carry this stuff?
You can actually carry it all. You're strong enough.
Oh, well, we'll see you
The
guys
two of you,
later.
yeah, the two of you are strong enough to now carry all the blacksmithing tools back to the tree by yourselves.
Okay, so we're gonna do that. See you guys later. Hope you have a
All
good
right, we'll
time.
bring some rooms for you in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. We'll hobble back off to the tree with the anvil and all the supplies, and
It looks like
I guess.
paper to you. You don't hobble.
Yeah, you're right. I will act like it's heavy because I'm pretending to be inconvenienced by Winky,
All right.
and we'll go ahead and start setting up back at the tree once we get there.
Yeah, your stonemasonry skills would actually be really helpful in setting it up faster than Winky could do it by himself.
Off to the tree.
All right. Will, what do you do now?
As
It's
they're
you,
leaving, I
Ian,
try to catch Maury if you can.
Shoot.
Maury, it's what I was asking
You
Adet
say?
before he left.
I'm holding this really heavy anvil. I mean, what do you have to say? Hurry, Core, if you're gonna say something. I mean,
If you want
my
to, if
arms
you
are
see Maury, check in with her. But
Maury.
Sorry.
Maury, M-O-R-I,
Okay.
the ranger.
the ranger.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
remember?
Yeah. Okay.
She's become the tree warden to keep care of the wildlife around the tree.
Ah, yes.
You stop faking. That thing's not really heavy for you is.
You want to carry it
No.
then?
I'm carrying everything else. Come on.
All right, does this guy have? I'd like to check with this merchant to see if he had any potency runes or any kind of any runes whatsoever.
Make a society check to find someone. All right, you find someone who has some basic stuff. Not the biggest selection in the world, but he's got a little bit of everything. So what are you looking for?
Looking for some armor potency runes. Uh, maybe two different striking runes or any kind of runes we could add to weapons.
Hmm.
We there we go. Winky's back.
Sorry, my camera froze out.
Hold on a second.
Weird. If only one of us takes our camera off. Core is the GM. Oh.
Would this merchant be able to repair my shield?
The merchant? No.
Okay.
You have to go to an armorer's shop. Or go find a wizard who can cast a spell strong enough to fix it.
Dad, is dinner almost ready?
No.
I'll be better already because I'm hungry.
There's not a nice list of just the. I'm gonna have to create a table for this eventually, but for now, I'm just gonna make it work.
You're gonna make a table?
Yeah, it's nice having roll tables.
Done.
I'm gonna have to go old fashioned. So hold on a second.
Easy.
Old fashioned.
He tells you he does have some weapon potency runes for sure. He does not have any armor potency, but he does have one armor resiliency.
The resiliency would go into the potency, is that right?
Yeah, it adds a bonus to all your saving throws when wearing that armor.
Be right back.
He's also got a rune of slick for armor. And a rune of shifting for weapons. Plus a rune of disrupting.
Well, you guys are here with me. Do any of these sound like something that you might like?
Or these attack stuff. I'm sorry. I was logging down stuff we completed.
Okay.
But he does
Okay.
have the supplies necessary for making the runes.
Okay.
Just about any rune you want, he has the supplies for making them, not the actual runes.
We said disrupting?
Yes, disrupting damages undead.
Oh.
Which is something we might want to look into because we had a very hard time with that wraith back in the guard captain's quarters.
You know what? I think Hitala might like that. Oh, hold on. Sorry. That's absolutely terrible of me. I might like that disrupting because the holy water didn't really work well for me, but I think Pharasma would be happy with my blade having that ability.
Oh, I.
Yeah, the
Okay.
disrupting rune is worth about 150 gold.
Elijah, stop it.
And the resiliency for the armor?
Resiliency is 340.
What does slick do?
Slick makes the armor slippery.
Does it raise the armor class? Or just
He
makes
gives you +1 bonus to acrobatics checks to escape or squeeze through something.
and
It
shifting for
makes it as though your armor was coated with a film of oil.
You know what? Oh, wow. No, go ahead. I'm debating if I would want that disrupting on my mace rather than my rapier. Seeing as
and
how
the
it
shifting
would.
rune lets you change your weapon between types, correct?
Yes, as long as it's the same size.
Would a katana be able to shift to a
It could shift to a bastard sword or to a single-handed weapon.
like a flail or mace?
hmm
Okay.
And all the bonuses transfer. so that whatever magical effects are on it are on the new one as well.
I think I would like to, for core, I would like to buy the ingredients for striking runes.
And Hatala, if you wanted to put it on your mace, you would need a potency plus the disrupting rune. And potency is 35.
I'll let Core make the decision on what to actually spend, but I would like the mace to have that ability. My mace to have that ability. I mean, that's why I got the mace, was for undead. I mean, specifically skeletons at the time, but
Yeah, shifting is actually one of those uber powerful runes because it allows you to have one weapon that can then be any other weapon you want it to be, just about.
does it take an action to utilize the shifting?
Yep, one action.
Would you like the ingredients to make a returning rune?
The dagger? Yeah. The dagger's gonna need it needs to be magic first too.
The potency for that?
Yeah. It'd be 35 for the potency and 25 for the ingredients to make the returning. Plus, you'll need to find the formula. You probably need to go to the wizard shop for that.
Wouldn't be bad for my hatchet, but that's down the road.
Yeah. Returning is also another one of those that's really useful.
And only 35. I know that's still a lot, but for the potency, I wouldn't. I'd like to get one. Go ahead and have one for my halfling sling staff when I get it. For when I get it done. I know you have my list, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he have any of the ingredients needed to make the sling staff?
No, he can get those ingredients for free.
yeah, it's wood, dude. I already have a
Ah.
sling,
Oh, I
and
got you.
all I need some wood to work on it. I can make the sling staff. I'd like the rune to add to it when we're done with it. When I'm done with it.
Which rune was that?
At the moment, I have potency. I'm not sure about anything added to it right now.
Okay.
What we're hearing right now, I don't think there's anything quite. What did I have noted? Oh, I wanted striking for that one, if possible.
Yeah, at this point in the game, you probably want to get striking on as many weapons as you can.
Yep.
Striking or minimum weapon potency.
It's probably a good idea to get striking for my rapier. It's probably the good one to get there.
What was the quote for striking? Because we're gonna. I think. Does Debbie already have the striking formula?
Yes, he does. He made one of those once already.
Yeah, we'll need a couple of those because I'll need it for my dagger.
You
And
do
my
returning on your
mace.
dagger or striking on your dagger?
Returning on my dagger. And then I've got two or three other daggers we could sell after that because I shouldn't need them now.
Once your dagger magically returns to your hand, you don't really need the others. So, what are y'all wanting?
All right. 2 striking for Hatala. I think 2 striking for core, but Hatala's going to need 2 potency as well. Hold on. The
Anita needs this potency as well.
right.
And does Eve, do you have a potency on yours?
No.
Because again, this is the point in the time where you pretty much everyone should have at least a potency on their weapon, and if possible, a striking. Because potency allows you to hit creatures that can only be hit by magical items, bypassing ordinary damage reduction.
So are we getting 6 potency runes? For
2 for me.
what's that?
I need 1 for dagger, 1 for staff, 1 for mace.
Do those potency always also count for armor potency, or are those separate?
They're separate. Armor potency is much more expensive, and he doesn't have any.
Okay, that's right. We need to see the armor.
You'd be better off crafting it though, because it's 160 to buy one.
Did he have the ingredients for it?
He has the ingredients for just about any room you could want.
Okay.
What would it be for? Wait, if we have the ingredients, we still have to pay for
You have to pay half,
formulas.
and then you have to get a formula. But you only have to get one formula.
It'd be worth it in the
Oh.
long run.
So what about a fire rune?
A flaming rune?
Yes.
No one's near level enough to create one of those.
Okay.
That's a level 8 rune.
Well, then disrupting it is.
Yes, because that's a
For
level
mace.
5 rune.
Okay. There's probably a reason that I wanted that more then, because it's more powerful.
All right. So we're getting
Alright.
our 1 returning.
You know what would be crazy? A Vorpal returning dagger.
That would be pretty crazy. But
Or even
Vorpal's-
better, a Vorpal returning boomerang.
Isn't Vorpal like level 14 or something?
Oh, it's like level 17.
17, yeah.
I can't.
We're gonna equip Kyrus and
What does
Irritain.
Whirlpool? What does Whirlpool do?
That's a good question about Kyrus and Irritain.
At this point, we should probably roleplay that session when they're here.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Let them decide what it is they want.
Exactly. Because if we try to pick stuff for them, two problems with that. One, they may not want it, but 2, if they don't ever show up, we spent money on stuff we're not going to get to use.
Mhm.
And hopefully they show up, but I know they're on vacation right now, so
Mhm. And y'all still haven't opened the sack that he's got.
right.
Eve got a sack.
Yeah, we
Oh,
got
yeah.
paid to bring Felicia back. We haven't looked in it.
I'm looking in it now.
All right, you find 100 gold pieces.
There's 100 gold in here. You can add it to the mix core.
How much was it for the striking ingredients?
Striking ingredients is 30 gold each.
That's 60 for 2 people.
Thanks, Elijah. Then Hatala's hoarding it.
All right, guys. This is what we're looking at the moment. Picking up 6 potency runes for 210. Picking up 5 striking runes for 150. Picking up a returning rune for 35, and we still need to find the formula for a total right now of 395. We do have, just in gold, 505 gold. So we would be left
He
with
does have the
110.
striking formula.
Oh, he does have a striking formula?
Yep, it's only 5 gold.
I thought Debbie already had the formula. Or are you talking about the returning formula?
Oh, sorry. That was the armor potency formula, and it's
Oh,
6 gold. 8 gold. I was looking at the wrong one. The returning is only 3 gold for the formula.
okay. I was in here trying to tally that up in my calculator, and I was trying to put in 3G for 3 gold. I'm like, where's the G? I can't find the G on my calculator. All right.
Solve for G.
Yeah. Now, did you say you had the armor potency formula?
Correct.
Okay, we're gonna pick that one up too.
Flip me. I'll be right back.
As long as you're calculating all this, Will, I'll get it later.
Yeah.
And it's 80 gold per potency rune you want to make.
How? Or we need to find an armorer. Did anyone? I'd say let's wait on the resiliency because that's 340 by itself, and that would take up the chunk of what we have left.
Right.
So I'm currently showing 404 gold for 6 potency weapons, 1 armorer formula, 1 formula for the returning, 1 returning ingredients for 35, 5 striking for 30 gold, equaling 150, and in total 404 gold.
What about the disrupting rune?
Oh, you wanted disrupting also instead of striking, or you also want the disrupting?
Well, I want the
You want a
I want my
striking,
rapier
a
to have
returning, and a
striking.
disrupting is what you want.
Yes.
Okay.
And then at a later date, I'll get whatever I'm going to add to the sling staff. But I'd like it to at least be magical.
All right, we're ready. We'll have to break one of our platinum pieces, but no, wait. Platinum is equal to 10 gold.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
Not
that we
get
can
something.
afford it.
Then let's.
Hold
Then
on. I'll show. And then where's my calculator? All right. That would be the total with the disrupting, and that's what we have. And this has been, I have been keeping up with the tally on the goals, so this is what we currently have in our pocket.
Okay. Then let's not do the disrupting. Then I mean, if it puts us over that much, we can get something at another time,
All right.
or earn money and then still stock ourselves up.
All right. So that'd be 404.
At least get all our magic stuff up the primary weapons.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, did y'all mention that you wanted to make more bags of holding?
We have now.
Because y'all talked about, I believe someone talked about it previously.
I mean,
Once
there's
We
plenty.
It would have been like yesterday in game because we would have been in the mountain when we talked about it and found the bag, or maybe even 2 days ago.
which now I can't find where it is in the stupid list. Because nothing's in any order that makes any sense whatsoever. There it is. Yeah, it's a level 4 item. It would only cost a little over 35 gold to make one.
Okay. This is right. Does the merchant have all these items and the formula?
He does have the formula, but he does not have the ingredients.
Okay, we'll take the formula.
That's 5 gold.
All right. All right.
Don't forget, we're still wanting to get clothes and gloves.
Well, this one, that was, I think, ultimately one of the ones. I mean, we're trying to get kitted out. Hopefully, we're gonna be on the road hopefully for a while. But yeah, that's next on the hit list.
And, I mean, do some jobs or something to get some gold, and maybe once the smithy is up in the tree, I mean, maybe that can actually bring us some income too. Who knows? If we're able to make, if they're able to make some stuff, I don't know if that'll bring us income or them, but you know, it being something we built.
All right, we're down to 96 gold after buying all those.
You posted a list of what we bought. What's a property room?
This is for the potency. It's what I had called it before I remembered what it was called.
So you spelled it wrong, and then you spelled it right below it.
Yep, you got it.
Wait, so you bought Slick? I'm confused about
No,
what you bought
so
here.
when all right, it makes sense looking at the picture. Okay, um,
Does it?
it does. So if it
Stuff you
has
wrote
a
numbers by?
X5 or an X1 or an X6, that's what we bought.
So you kind of basically created a, this is stuff they had, and
Yes. They are posted in the messenger.
I see what you got here.
See, it makes sense there, right?
Yes, way more sense there.
Okay. Are we good to move on from this area?
We actually bought the stuff.
Yes. I would imagine that we made the transaction.
It would be very funny if Charles was like, "Well, you never said you
You,
bought it.
we would
You
like
just
to
left."
officially make this transaction, sir, and pass you this gold for the items that we have set aside. And I can create it to where you actually see what we have here.
List of what we just actually bought.
What
I
we
can just
actually bought.
paste it in here. Oh, the disrupting is 150 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even know that.
All right,
It's
so that
expensive, but it does a good effect.
yes. All right, what I just posted is what I would like to officially buy. I believe it should be 409 gold. That should be a bag of holding formula.
Mm-hmm. Looks good.
What of that do we still need to make that stuff work?
We have nothing to actually create the bag of holding and nothing to actually create the armor potency runes. We have everything we need for the returning and for the striking. And we have everything we need for the potency runes. I think we bought the potency runes straight up.
So you're saying we need bag of holding, we need supplies for it?
Yes. And supplies for the armor potency, which we can go to the armorer to find out, and hopefully that person can repair my shield too.
You wrote potency 35. Oh, armor formula, I see it. You didn't write potency. We need the supplies for that.
Notes. While you're making notes, I'm going to go ahead and shift over to looking for the cold weather gear and some gloves. I guess gloves for everyone.
All right, now you can get a full cold weather outfit for 8 gold a person.
Okay.
And that includes scarf, cloak, coat, gloves, boots, and something else I can't remember, but it's a full outfit that'll protect you from the cold.
Would the gloves be enough to protect from touching the stuff we've been touching?
Yes, but they
Come with
wouldn't be
that?
your gloves that you wanted that were sensitive gloves.
Okay.
They're more like work gloves.
That's exactly what you knew exactly what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
All right. So for 7 people, that'd be 56 gold.
7? You don't need 7.
I mean, Kyrus and Eritane.
Eritane doesn't need it ever.
Well,
She's an elf. She never gets called from that. She just needs a cloak.
and half elves?
Half elves are still half human.
Okay. All right, so
Only if
48.
they have that feat that makes them more in touch with their elven
Okay.
blood would they not be affected by the cold.
I got you.
Needip should be fine. He's pretty cold all the time.
Now dwarves do get cold. They wear warm things
Hmm.
when they go down into deep cold areas.
He knows what I meant.
All right, so we're looking at 48.
For her, it'd only be 2 gold just for the cloak.
All right, so we're looking at an even 50.
What do we got?
I'd like to. Everyone go with make.
The gnomes have to wear cold stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dang it.
All right, Hatala, would you like to, let's see, look around for some health potion ingredients? I think that's going to be pretty big on what we need to do. And I'd like to officially buy the cold weather gear. Ching.
All right.
So, first of all, do we want me to get the? Is there a better formula I can get than what I already have? I don't remember my level. I'm able to do minor healing minor healing and lesser healing at the moment. And lesser healing does 2d8 plus 5.
And you're level 5 now.
Yes.
So let's see. What's the best one you can make? I wish they'd put them all together, but no, they have to be in a separate area. Next level is when you get your next one.
All right. So that means just we need to get supplies for lesser healing lesser healing then.
Yeah, next level you get moderate, which is level 6. It does 3d8 plus 10.
Wow.
But it's 50 gold pieces of potion.
Even while making it.
No, that's
So-
buying.
So it'd be 25 for the supplies.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna need what? Enough to make 8. Two days of work, I guess, or two work sessions. Bye, Charles.
What's happening again? Core and Need It are in the same.
And I'm back. I'm checking something real quick, because I don't think I did it when I transferred everyone over. And I'm hearing my echo.
Yeah,
Somebody's
someone has their Twitch
watching
going.
something. Elijah, turn the volume down or off.
Okay, everyone was basically at 0. Yeah, everyone only had 20, so it's not a problem.
20 what?
Experience.
Oh. Or were you seeing if we leveled up?
Yeah, I was gonna go ahead and give y'all experience too.
How much experience do we get?
He's checking on it, dude. Chill out.
I mean, we killed 37 of the skeletons, and we killed 22 cultists, and man, that was a
We
lot of
almost
people
killed
in
a
that
winged
last fight.
dude. And then the monster spaghetti mouth thing.
I'm gonna try a little
All right.
something.
Y'all all have gotten 600 experience so far.
Oh, wow.
Barely any of what we killed.
All right, let me see something. I'm going to try going to a different map. I hope it doesn't drag y'all with me, but I think your tokens are there, and I can give you experience easily from that.
Oh, so we should not be putting this in here?
No,
Hey.
I'm going to try to do it all at once.
Okay, I might close that then.
Hey, I just so you guys know, you might be able to see it on the Twitch stream. I threw in the shopping list stuff, so you might be able to see it there.
I see it.
Huh. It's not even loading up anymore. Let me try one other thing. Okay, good. It doesn't look like it dragged y'all there. Oh, and I can drag off the map. That works. That way I can put your tokens on the landing board outside the map. Now, did that work? It did. So everyone's got the XP. Yay. That's nice.
Leveled up. We leveled up. Mhm.
Halfway there.
Please
Yep.
don't sing.
But you just sang.
All right, so what do y'all do now?
Talking like that. I'm gonna start building my armor.
You're building a shop. You don't have time yet.
You like to look for the ingredients that Hatala needs for the potion she can make.
Okay.
Do you want to try to find the formula now?
Yeah, you could go ahead and buy the formula.
For the
Yeah.
higher level one?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it called?
Moderate potion of healing or whatever.
Moderate healing.
And you can find
And
the formula. That one's easy to find.
you said it's 3d8 plus 10?
Yeah. And it's 13 gold for the formula.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do that then.
Do we need to search it out, or can we just, or are we already at the merchant?
We got there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one's easy. The healing potions, just about every trader would sell that.
I got you.
Even the temples would sell that for the most part.
So we're gonna do that. That was how much gold?
13
But we need the supplies for
for what you can actually make now.
for the lesser.
Right. It's 6
healing.
gold pieces per crafting of the one you can make currently.
Well, maybe do we think we need 8 total? I still got to craft it. That's gonna take a while, and
Take
I got to
2
make
days.
my staff.
It'll take you 2 days to craft those potions because you make 4 at a time.
Right.
We have enough gold to make 5. Or if you want to break
Okay.
out silver and
Well,
platinum, we could do
Then
that.
let's just do 4, because I can do 4 at a time,
Okay. Buying
and
4.
we'll give those to the highest hitting folks.
Okay. Anything else? Y'all have spent most of the day so far.
Yeah, we're running. We still need I would like to try to find the armor to see if I can get this shield repaired and maybe Hatala's thieving tools repaired. Infiltrator tools repaired.
Okay. Make a society check to find. Yep, you did more than good enough. You found someone. They will repair your shield for 5 gold pieces.
Okay.
And it'll take
Hold
them
on.
a day.
Let me do the math and catch up. 24. All right. So 5 for the shield.
Okay, Winky, and while you're looking at that, Winky and Nadip, make crafting checks.
Winky and I can't click on my character, so I have to go into the
Yeah,
darn.
You'll figure it out, boy.
Y'all did real good. I'm going to say that Nedip, you're working on the masonry while he's setting up all the tools and everything else so that y'all can double your time more efficiently. And with all the bonuses and everything, you actually managed to get these things set up in a day. Your belt actually helps clearing out everything because you can just like chunk things out of the way. It's nice to be able to just imagine a single large thing. It's like, oh, look, it's paper. Whee!
Let me just scooch this one little boulder out of the way.
All right. So what were you doing, Will?
Put in for the shield to get repaired. That was 5 gold.
Yeah.
Hatala, do you need your tools repaired?
Yeah.
I don't know
Tala,
what.
you can repair your own tool.
I can repair the. Well, I didn't have time when I was working on them.
Right.
When we were doing everything, but
Now that you have time, you could spend a day and fix it.
It is on my list.
Okay, so
And
we don't.
your eyepiece gives you a bonus to repairing it. Because you have the monocle or eyepiece or whatever.
Do
Yeah,
you
I
guys
have an
want to?
infiltrator and a regular set that needs to be repaired.
Do you want to skip getting the? Well, we can ask how much the armor ingredients are for the armor potency rune, but I don't think we're going to be able to afford it right now. So we can just skip that if you'd like to start moving on. I would like to go find the goblins to try to sell this weapon off
Let's do it, and then
and head back to the tree.
yeah.
All right. You go to Goblin Town.
Goblin Town.
Did any of y'all speak Goblin?
Devi does.
Devi speaks Goblin.
Devi.
Goblin.
Well, he's not there.
Yep.
So you make it to the border of Goblin Town. And there's a guard standing there, both a human and a goblin guard.
I'm speaking in common. I'd like to say, we'd like to sell a goblin weapon to you.
Goblin weapons?
Yeah, I'll take out the
You're all right.
master. I'll take out the weapon and show him.
The goblin, the human kind of sneers at it, but the goblin looks at it and starts amazing at it. I'll give you 10 for it.
10 gold or 10 copper, silver?
10 gold.
10 gold. Okay.
Ooh.
That sounds like a good deal, buddy. We're gonna go make that deal, and we're gonna press on home.
Because you know you have more than one.
I have no idea how many we have.
I
Hatala?
just had the note the way the note was. I don't know
Yes.
Yeah,
how many
y'all
we
got
had.
like 4 or 5 of them when you got them.
Yeah, because we were grabbing them up, but I don't remember what it is. Like we can roll a D something and see what. I don't know. It's up to
I'll
Charles.
roll. You got 7 of them.
Sweet. Is he gonna be able to buy them all?
No, he wants one.
All right, I'll sell him one and ask for permission to go sell the rest in Goblin Town.
He smiles happily and points you in the direction of a building that's to the side. It doesn't look very spectacular, but he points there and he's like pointing empathically.
I get it. I get it. Thank you.
Welcome. You can
Thank you.
guess he knows like 5 words.
They seem nice.
All right, you go to that building.
We go to the building.
All right. Inside is several goblins, and there's one kind of a skeevy looking human.
I'd like
The
to.
human is at the side of the building, kind of leaning against the wall, and it looks like he's playing with a dagger.
Hmm. I'd like
But
to
there's
just.
one goblin with very nice clothes in the middle of the room, and the other goblins are all looking at him.
We'll approach that one, and we'll have the. I'll take out the 6 swords we have left and tell him we'd like to sell him these.
Big person, what you want?
We want to sell these master goblin weapons.
Master goblin weapons.
I'll show you here. Look at this one.
He looks at it and his eyes grow wide. He throws one to a guy behind him, and the goblin grabs it and like, basically swailing it around and everything, like testing. You can obviously, as a fighter, you know that he is testing the balance and weight distribution and the feel of everything.
Okay.
He stops, looks at the guy, nods. He looks back. How much you want?
12 gold.
12? Easy.
I'd like to pull out the other 5 that I have and the same for these.
No problem.
Okay.
He said he kind of says something in Goblin, and the tall human looks, leans over, reaches underneath something, and pulls out a bag and tosses it to him. He sits there. He plops down 6 coins.
Sweet. Are they gold coins?
No, they're platinum.
6 platinum. That's enough for 5 weapons. You need one more. You need one more of these coins.
You just said 5.
There's the one that your guy has, and these 5 here. That makes 6.
Oh, you said 5. I'm thinking 5.
Yes.
Hold on.
Okay.
Reaches down, pulls out 2 more platinum, and tosses them on the table.
Okay, this is good. Thank you.
You find more, you bring. We like.
All right. Thank you. We'll head on off. Enjoy your weapons.
All right.
We head back to the tree now.
That worked out well.
All right. You make it back to the tree without any problems.
All right. I imagine we're in the portal room. Are we alone in the portal room or is there guards here?
You're still in the order of the keys right now.
Okay.
So there's those 2 guards. So what do you do?
Are you okay?
Ready to leave?
It's been a day, right?
Let's go back to the tree.
Been pretty busy. I wonder how far they made it on that smithing stuff they were going to do.
Yeah.
Okay. You step through the portal and you make it back to the tree. Right as y'all are coming in, you noticed 3 people with crates step through the portal to downstairs.
Coming into this place?
No. As y'all appear inside the tree, you notice 3 people going through the portal down to the basement.
Are any of the crates in the portal room?
No.
Is there anyone else in the portal room with us right now?
There's a mercenary standing at the door, and then there's the Anati outside.
All right. I'd like to just kind of whisper to Tala and Eve, like, think we should check out what's in these crates.
At least strike up conversation. We haven't got to know much of them.
You want to jump back to the order keys room, or try to follow them to the basement?
Follow them. We're looking for Debbie, right?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Completely
Okay.
natural.
You go on. Let's head on down then. Am I
Okay.
close enough to message Winky and Adept? Would it just be like a
You
straight
can
down?
try. You're not sure exactly where they are, so.
Okay. I'm gonna try to hit the little Etten room from here with message.
Okay.
Message is going to be, we made it back. We're going to the basement to try and find Debbie. If you're finished, come find us.
All right. So what do you do?
Like to leave a message with the Anati that if they see Nadep or Winky to let them know that we're heading to the basement.
I think this is like
Okay.
And then I'll follow Hatala and Eve to the basement.
He reminds you that dinner is being served shortly.
We'll be back soon.
I don't want that.
All right.
You did.
Look, don't give somebody an ice cream that you licked. It's not okay.
All right. You're down in the basement.
Where are they with these crates?
You don't see anyone with crates.
They walked through the portal. We saw them walk through this portal, and then we followed them, and then there's nobody with crates.
Y'all stopped and talked for a second, and then went through.
Let's
Okay.
go to see where the clerk is.
Yeah.
The
We can
clerk's
keep our
standing
eyes-
there. The clerk and the mercenary are both standing there.
Hello, have you guys seen Devi?
Um, actually, I think he just went upstairs for lunch, for dinner.
Oh,
Most everyone's
okay.
headed up there right now.
Oh, we figured he might be down here because we saw these people walk in with crates.
Yeah, supplies. They're
Oh, okay.
reset. Devi's setting up an area down here. They're also restoring some of the laboratory. Oh, y'all don't know about that, do you?
No, we don't.
No, we really
Devi,
just got back.
that reminds me. Devi says he wants y'all to talk to him because he's got a lot to tell you.
Okay.
He came looking, but y'all were in town.
Yeah, we haven't been able to meet up with him because we keep having to do other stuff. And see, we tried to meet him down here, but obviously he's not here. We're just missing him.
Yeah. Yeah, my guess is the supplies mostly were for Devi's new area that he's working on.
Let's go
Well, if
check
that's
it.
what it is.
Let's go check out this area before we go back up. We got a couple of minutes.
Okay. Can't right now.
Why not?
Most of the guards are up eating dinner.
And
No one's allowed into that area without a guard.
who put that rule in place?
Devi.
And Devi's upstairs now.
And he didn't specify that you could bypass that rule.
Okay. Just 1 second.
We can.
Hey, Hatala, Eve.
Yeah.
I would like to at some point move this chest. Do you want to go ahead and move that now?
I mean, if they're not going to let us in without guards, we can go talk to Debbie. Make sure that's a rule he has. Make sure it's something that's all above board, and then we can do it. With the approval, because it looks like he's got some respect here. If that's the case, maybe that's the situation.
All right. We can go look for him. Seems odd that we haven't found him yet, but we can go look for him.
I mean, finding him is going to be the best solution to that, and because we can at least talk to him.
Maybe he's actually just dead and they don't want to tell us they're.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you for validating my thoughts.
You're welcome.
Well, I mean, if they keep sending us in different places, yeah, that's suspect. But let's.
The clerk
they
says
said
he's
upstairs.
Yeah, the clerk says he's upstairs. Let's go upstairs. We'll ask the Anati, and we'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
We step back upstairs.
All right. You're upstairs.
I'd like to find the Anati.
Yes.
Yes, we're looking for Debbie. Can you point us to where he's at?
You went to dinner not long ago.
Okay, we'll head that way then.
All right. You go to the dinner hall, and it's really packed tonight.
Oh boy. Do we
It looks like there's already about 30 or 40 people in there.
How big is this hall? Like, how many people could it hold?
It looks like there's at least 5 or 6 extra place settings left.
Do we see Debbie anywhere?
He's sitting at a table to the side by himself. But you notice Brianna takes her meal and goes and sits with him too.
All right. Ready to go sit down and talk with Debbie?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, before we go head over there, and if we're kind of secluded, I'd like to whisper, like, they may have him blackmailed or threatened to where he can't say anything.
Needip and Winky walk in.
Cool. I'm gonna kind of before we head into the dining area where we're outside and still kind of secluded, so I know that Debbie maybe might have pressures on him to go along with them, threatened or something. So he may not be entirely safe. Just saying. He may be totally fine, but we need to find out. And if we can get him alone, maybe asked to go back to our room to eat.
You notice that his nose is buried in a book while he's absent-mindedly eating.
Okay. What do you guys think?
I need more evidence, but you know, I'm ready to see that evidence, and I'll see it through, depending on what it shows.
Okay. We lost Payton's video.
Yep.
It's kind of
He
shunted
had stepped
everybody.
away already.
Yeah, he was not at his chair. He's dealing with something right now.
Okay.
He said
Do
not
you
to
want
worry
to take a
about it
bio
right
break
now.
real quick?
Yeah, that
I think it's a good
that
idea.
sounds good.
Let's refill my water and go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Korean slavery. Chocolate mango.
Any word from Peyton?
Nope.
He did post in the Twitch stream. He said, "Seems sus to me." So I think he's at least watching the stream right now.
Oh, and just for a thought, we were working on getting set up so that if y'all want to stream it better, there's a player made that's just for streaming, and it allows that player to see all the tokens at the same time, so that that player could see everyone's view at once.
That would be good.
And you do not have to use a separate computer. You can just open up a second window if you have the ability to stream from a specific window.
Right. Well, that sounds good then. I'm sure Will be able to get that set up and.
Because at first he was trying to do it by core connecting through his tablet, while he did the other one connecting through the viewing player. But he couldn't get the tablet to work.
Yeah, I guess the issue would be how many instances his computer can handle while
Yeah.
streaming at the same time.
Yeah, while streaming.
Did I miss anything?
Yeah, I was just telling them that I remembered you do not need to use a second computer unless it's just that your computer can't run. You can actually run two different windows into VTT at the same time.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so I just have to.
You just have to open up a
Yeah,
second
the same
browser
character.
window and log in as the other character.
I got you. That would work.
Because if your streamer thing allows you to pick a specific window and put its contents,
Yes.
then all you have to do is have the second character logged in there.
Yeah, I got you. Cool. Did Nadep completely drop off?
Looks like it.
Do I need to? Does anyone know if he'll be back, or do I need to readjust everyone?
Haven't heard anything from him.
Back tonight. I don't know whose thing is on that's letting Kinsley get through, but Elijah. Well, I was trying to talk. Elijah, shut your door and mute yourself because we can't have all that in the background. None of us can think. Oh, that's better. Okay.
Thank you, Elijah.
I think Peyton was at least watching the stream. He has not said anything else in it, but he said don't worry about him right now. But I don't know if he'll be back right now.
Okay. So you want to go on without him for now?
I'm gonna set up just a new scene real quick.
Yeah. Your window, your lobby out, Will, and try it that way. This is a decent time to try it.
What's that? Oh, pop it out. Gotcha.
Yeah, and try it like that. But as well, my in-laws just walked in the house, so everything just went nuts here. That's why I got so loud. My in-laws and their cousins.
Hey, Payne's reconnected.
Hey, well, I've got the additional screen set up, so we can press now. Ah, well.
Looks like we may have Payton back to the land of the living.
Okay, well, I guess I'll switch back over to the other screen.
We
Oh,
just lost Winky.
oh man, the whole pop out thing killed all my spots though. I'm just gonna leave it on. I'm just gonna leave it on this for now. We'll fix
Yeah,
it.
but you see how nice it is that you can just smush it and then utilize it that way?
Yeah.
Might be a way to make it simpler in the future. Granted, the GM will be the hard one.
Well, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a.
Unless you change the whole thing, and he changes his name to in Discord to something that gives him the first spot.
Like exclamation mark AGM.
Yeah, and
How do you
then
change
you
your
do
name in Discord?
Right click, change nickname.
Where at?
Just right click yourself. You can go to any of the text channels, I think.
And then they're planning on buying another house with their income tax money, and then
Yeah, I changed mine over. If you do it to AGM, and I could do B Core, C Nadep, D Hitala,
How's that?
EFG. That works.
I should put an asterisk.
Symbol's gonna come first.
Mm-hmm.
It'll work for now.
Okay. Y'all ready?
Nadep, just so you know what's going on, we went down to the basement to try to find Devi, and we were also following some people that were carrying crates. We talked to the clerk. The clerk said the crates were for a new area Debbie was setting up, but we weren't allowed to go in there per Debbie's rule.
That sounds suspect.
Yeah, so even I both found that pretty suspect. So we were coming here to the dining area to eat with him. He was sitting by himself, but as soon as we showed up, uh, Brianna got up and went and sat with him. Uh, we're gonna try to get him off by himself. Maybe we can go eat in our room or talk for a little while. But if she's sitting there, we may not have a free discussion.
Eve's got a little surprise she can throw in.
Okay.
Couldn't we just like walk up and say, hey, this is official shard hunter business? Get up from the table. We want it here.
Yes, but there's also like 35 people in this room, so any one of them might have some kind of listen in spell or something.
Or get them to, maybe we can take the food back to one of our rooms in the guest hall.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right. Yeah, we can ask for that privacy first, though.
I think that'll.
I'm not gonna do the talking to begin with because I'd like to try to just look across the room and try to figure out who all is here and not here, or basically who's the. I'm sorry, just give me a second, Jules. Basically looking to see how many mercenaries, how many order the keys, how many elves, how many Anati. What is the kind of makeup and breakdown as you guys are talking?
I do recommend Neetup start this conversation because Neetup, you're normally rude. So if you want to pull it off, you're going to be able to do it easy.
Hey, I got to step away for 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to immediately combat you on it. But at this point, it's an act so that y'all can play through this and figure this out. I understand your concern, and I don't mind us getting to truth.
Well,
When she says truth, she winks at Eve.
this is a good sign. You know, the best part of a team coming together is knowing your strengths and weaknesses and how they work well together. So let's do this. So
Alright.
we'll walk up to the table, say, "Excuse me, I need this table for a minute. We have some stuff we need to talk with Devi about. Catch up with our old friend, if you don't mind."
Nita,
Brianna,
you kicking?
oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Hatala comes forward. I'm sorry. He's kicking you. He's so rude. I don't know
No, no,
why.
it's y'all haven't been able to get in touch with him. He was looking for you earlier today.
Right. You told us. Thank you so much for your help and everything you've done. You're so good. Just don't worry about Nita. I'm sure you figured it out by now. He's just like this.
I've already sat down and am handing her her plate.
She stands up and ruffles your hair as she goes.
His
All right.
hair on his head or his hair on his beard?
The beard. She's like. She even makes the noise.
I ain't no cat. Get your hands out my beard.
She giggles as she walks off,
All right.
and you see Debbie give a look to her, and she just laughs and walks off. And Debbie looks at you. Great. Now I owe her a gold piece.
And why is that?
I bet she wouldn't do it.
Well, I'm glad you've made some
Sorry, you
profit off.
seem so grumpy. I figured it might at least get a smile.
Well, it was quite funny. Was not expected.
So,
So,
y'all had fun in town?
I mean, if you mean running a few errands, fun, sure. I mean, it's nice to put boots up and eat some good food, though. I'm glad to be back.
You guys build the thing, the smithing thing?
Oh yeah, that was no problem. Sorry, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Winky, Winky and I threw that together real quick. I think it spent more time waiting around with y'all than it took me and Winky to put it together.
You built an entire smithing station in a day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a dwarf. You expect me not to be able to put together a smithing station?
I'm
I'm
just
doing it.
surprised you didn't complain enough that the work didn't get done.
Well,
It just needs to dry for 24 hours, and it'll be ready to run.
pretty much.
Tomorrow he can start the first fire procedures to get it heated and basically temper the furnace. And then by the next day he can start smithing. And that's something that Hayden's got experience with because he's, a dwarf and a miner.
He's a minor? I thought he was older.
Ah,
All right, well, Corey, you've got alone time with Debbie.
Core, while you were looking around the room, you noticed that there were 5 elves in the room tonight. The probably about 15 mercenaries, and your guess is at least 10 of the scribes and things from the Order of the Keys, along with a few other humans that you don't recognize.
hey Eve, there's some of your people over there. You want to see if you can find anything out about them?
I'll kick him in the shin.
Probably the tree tender and some. Wow, I'm surprised you didn't go ask them for rent. Everyone's kind of staying here for free. Actually,
You
I think
know, that's
actually
not a bad idea.
I,
Like start to get up and then sit back down and finish my food. Well, I'm gonna eat first.
okay.
You haven't ordered yet.
Yeah, where is the server tonight? They're slipping. I can start looking
One of the
around.
Anati comes by. Are you ready to order? I was waiting till you finished your talking, but you sounded hungry.
I'm always hungry.
We've done some research. We've learned that dwarves are different than humans.
Yeah.
We've prepared a meal that's just for you, supposedly.
I
Well,
gotta see
I'll-
this.
It's a bunch of raw.
bowl of gravel. Pea gravel soup.
Would you like to try it?
Sure, I'll give it a try. Might as well. I'll tell you what you're missing.
Okay. And everyone else?
My usual. Do I have a usual yet?
You usually just get the common fare.
Then that is what I will have.
If you feel like not having meat, you get the elven portion.
Then I'm. Meat sounds good.
Everyone else?
I'll have the elven portion, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
No problem. I'll be right back with your food.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Anati, before you leave,
Yes?
is it just Anati preparing the food?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We do have several of the clerks who have joined us in the cook staff that have learned what we do, and they do help with feeding the Order of Light people. Some of them actually have some sensitive dietary restraints,
Okay, thank you.
mainly the two older gentlemen. They don't like bread.
What's wrong with bread?
They say something about it not being healthy for them, but I don't understand.
I'll eat anything.
Yeah.
Unless Nita gives it to me.
We all break out our bardic instruments, start playing.
I got a
Okay. What is
Okay.
this? I don't want it.
The Anati returns with another Anati walking with him, and they drop down all your meals and they put your plate before you, Payton. And he's stopping to watch you.
All right. It looks pretty good. We'll give
It's
it a
a
try.
fairly large hunk of meat, no utensils of any kind, and then several different forms of fungus and lichen.
This looks pretty good. Thank you.
And you can
I'm
actually the spices on the meat are strong enough that you can smell them without getting close.
Wonderful. Well, I am going to grab the haunch of meat and go to town.
And it tastes like something you would have found back in a dwarven clan hold.
We'll turn like starry-eyed and be like, I haven't had food like this in decades.
And
Thank
the Nadi with him smiles happily. I love learning new food styles. It's so much fun.
Well, this is great. Thank you. I'm gonna realize I'm smiling and then like pull my face back stoic and continue eating the food. So, thanks.
No problem.
I'm gonna
And
keep
the
that in
Anati
my
disappears.
memories forever.
So what do y'all do now? Everyone's got their food. The elvish portions are extremely finely made, and it's mostly vegetarian, along with some very delicate breads. And one of the breads is almost like a sweet cookie cake. And you can tell it was made with fresh honey.
Debbie,
Yes.
are you setting up a new area down in the basement?
He closes his book. Oh, yes, I was going to tell you about that. Did the clerk spill the beans already?
Ye did, and we weren't allowed to check on it. Just curious.
Oh, I forgot. I just simply said no one's allowed in without an escort. We already lost 2 people down there.
Hmm.
Like
And I
mouthful
do
of
mean
meat.
that literally. They literally got lost. It took 3 hours of searching to find those idiots.
Down in the labyrinth, I take it.
Yep. And one of them actually just kept going in a circle for 3 hours until someone stumbled upon him.
Hey.
And he claimed to be an expert of old ruins.
Same guy they caught that fell out of the tree.
Oh, you mean the little tinkle contest those idiots have been having?
Yes.
Story.
Yeah, someone got it into their head that they wanted to be the man who could pee from the highest point.
Boy.
One of them got close enough that the big spider up top made its presence known. That was a fun day when the humans figured out that that thing was up there. Apparently, the tree tender already knew and didn't seem to care. But the Order of Keys, they took a little convincing that it was not going to murder everyone while they slept. And actually, since then, they've been fairly nice to us.
Wonder why.
Yes, I believe when we told them the warning that any form of violence would be met by the spider's aggression, that has a little bit more weight now. Especially when someone ended up telling them about that dragon that appeared a while back.
Oh, bye. Sorry. Love you. Got really quiet in this house.
So Devi, you find anything interesting in your studies?
Oh,
Oh,
that was too soon.
there is so much to tell, but I'm going to need to tell you in the laboratory probably. It'd be the safest. We don't want everyone to overhear everything. But the stuff I can tell you, uh, currently we're in the process of restoring the entire wing of the Lich's lair down there near where we found Angar's old lab. And I wanted to make sure to ask y'all first, but I've already started working. I don't think I'm going to be going around with y'all guys anymore. There's so much that I need to do here. There's an entire lifetime's worth of work down here. I am going to set up shop in the old Lich's lair. Is that okay with you guys? I'm going to basically, I'm going to make it my home private research lab.
That sounds very
That
interesting.
sounds really good. Seems like you're happy with that. And if anything, I think everybody agrees here that we trust you. And it's nice having somebody here that we trust, as many people are coming in that we don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, the Order of Keys people can be a little, let's see, what's the word?
Jady?
Off-putting? Especially when dealing with, what's his name? The idiot?
Bryn?
Bren.
Pretty sure that's
Yeah,
his name.
I think it was
Yes,
Bryn.
Bryn. Ugh. That man is as dense as they come. If it wasn't that his daddy was loaded, I don't think he would have ever stepped foot out of his house. Because I don't think he could have found it. His foot, that is. I don't think he could have found his foot to step forward.
Well, it's surprising he survived what he went through. So
Well, he actually does have magical talent. He's not incompetent, he's just stupid.
it's not a
He's
good
over
combination.
eager. Yes. But apparently he got a little bit of humility with that backfire of his that his own spell zapped him.
That's a good thing.
Yep, I even think his dad came to pay him a visit and was not quite happy with what he heard.
You haven't heard anything about the leader of the Order of the Keys, have you?
Lakewood? I can't
Oh,
remember
you-
his first name. They just call him Mr. Lakewood.
Yeah, I guess that guy.
Yeah. Uh, I believe he visited once or twice, but I was not here when he came through. He just wanted to check and make sure that it was as safe as we claimed it was, and that's when he started bringing in the extra manpower so that we could operate this place nicely. We had some issues at the early days. There was still a couple of those infected creatures roaming around down there.
I'll be right back.
the constructs?
No, the mindless ones.
Oh, yes. Okay.
The ones that lost themselves to the infection. We actually had a couple of those stumble into our research area. Apparently, when y'all broke the crystal, that killed most of them, but there were some outside the range of it.
Sorry, lost train. How are the people in the caverns doing?
Pretty good. The owner of the keys has actually stepped up and is trying to help maintain their life.
Okay, so
I
they
think
so
that's
they've been
one of the
helping
things
him.
that he did. He went down there and visited them.
Oh, really? And he's working to help supply them and things like we were trying to do.
I believe they've actually started building them nice houses. I
Interesting.
think most of their mud huts are gone at this point. He's having wood and other materials shipped in so they can build proper dwellings and have proper clothing, everything.
Well, that is what I was hoping to, kind of
From
see
what I
down there.
understand, he only asked them to have the opportunity to study them and the constructs that serve them.
And he seems to be respectful from that, from what you could see. I mean, that sounds like a respectful
Oh,
way
yeah.
to
He brought
interact.
in a healer to help make sure that they didn't have any ailments. They come
That's
in once a month and treat any injuries and any ongoing conditions with them. They bring him in from Larkin.
I still, ooh, I'm glad we got it protected, I guess, but it's a lot of people coming and going. I'm glad you're moving, or I guess you're getting all of that stuff into a more safe area. Was that the idea there?
Well, do you remember the chamber where y'all found the burial urns?
Oh, that was the one that we had a hard time opening, right?
Yeah, that's the one that he zapped himself on.
That's where you're putting what?
That's the vault door that we're going to set up to be a repository to hold all of the crystals.
Oh, that good. That
Okay.
was my idea too. I was gonna suggest that. Are we still in the dining area? Sorry, I missed a bunch.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
still in the dining area. We found out about the leader of the Order of the Keys. He has been he took stock in the people down in the caverns and started bringing healers and set up new homes for them. And the only thing he asked for in exchange was to be able to study them and the constructs they have. And then Devi was starting to tell us about the protected areas that he's setting up.
You have the key to the ancient vault.
I found another one. I can't operate it, but y'all figured it out.
Yes.
So
How
the
does it
door,
work?
I think it was a mixture of the the creation stones, right?
Yes, you have to be blessed.
But you had to have a certain amount of them or something.
And you had to
It
have the
required
key.
the 4 primary elements.
And it had to have the
Remember,
key.
y'all didn't do it until y'all went and got the Earth Stone. The key has to sense the elements to open the door. So in theory, you could take 4 elements, the 4 primary elements, and attach them to the key, and it would open the door.
We explain that to him.
That sounds great.
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be a way to really. I mean, it's definitely more secure, but it's just going to be a matter of getting one of the people from down in the uh, Undercity to help out with opening it.
Why do they need help with that?
I doubt anyone else wants to get infected. Oh, I guess you can just haul the creation stone. You just have the
That's what
creation
he
stones.
just said you could take each
I'm catching
creation
up.
stone,
I'm
attach it to the key,
I'm
and it would
gonna
work.
I'm eating food. I'm gonna put
Is
myself
that
on mute for a while.
is that Queen Minotaur walking around again?
All right.
Wow.
Then he tells you that he also has borrowed the tree tender for a couple days and brought him down to the basement.
Why did you need to do that?
Remember those trees you found?
The ethereal trees?
Yeah. I brought him down there. He knows more about trees than I ever will.
Oh, that yeah, that actually does sound
Brilliant.
And while it's
smart
not the
idea.
kind of tree he knows about, I brought him down there because at least he knows more about plants. I even talked to Maury about it a couple times, but she didn't know too much because it was magic.
Yeah, she seemed to be more about her bows and arrows and animals and things.
Yeah, she's been providing some wonderful dinners.
Oh, cool.
She hunts and maintains the flock of bird and the livestock and everything else in the woods around.
No.
Because according to the tree guy, a properly running elven tree maintains the health of the forest around it. Because the health of the entire forest affects the health of the tree.
That would make sense.
Oh, I think maybe you might need to talk to the tree guy at some point too. I think he had something he wanted to tell you.
Is he standing in the room?
No, the elves have finished eating and have left already.
Okay.
What else is there? Yeah, when we get to the laboratory, I can tell you more about a few other things.
Well, we do have a lot of other tasks we're going to need to complete too, so maybe what we can do is meet. I mean, if I assume we're going to go to bed after this, but we're going to need to get the cart moved to Riven because right now it's still by the Lonely Mountain. And we may take care of some stuff there depending on how long that takes. But if whatever we got to do, maybe we'll meet tomorrow night there. Does that sound good, guys?
Meet
Just
tomorrow night where?
Down in his newly set up area.
Okay.
So we
So
stop, son.
you give permission with the clerk to let us past.
Yeah, I'll update him that was only for everyone else. You guys can still go as you please. I didn't think about it because y'all haven't been here in a while. I just immediately told him that no one can go without an escort after the last 2 incidences. Oh, and I believe Maury said she wanted to talk to you too because you wanted to talk to her and she wants to talk to you.
Is she still in the room?
Right about this time, she's usually in bed already because she's up at dawn.
Okay, I'll just have the Nadia wake us up when she gets up. Or unless you guys
Yeah,
want
we
to go
probably
knock on her door.
I mean, we can
no.
go bring her in here.
Let's see. Talk to her in the morning first thing before we go to get Tim moved to Riven.
Okay. Do you have any other questions before we speak tomorrow night?
Daddy,
Been working on any alchemy?
you have super glue?
Some
Talking to
runes?
Debbie?
Yes.
No,
Mm,
he hasn't had much time for alchemy. Oh, well, actually, no, I take that back. I did work on that alchemical machine that was down there in the lab.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the keys helped us get the parts needed to get it back up and running.
Wonderful.
Yeah, they
Atala.
say something about it being it makes potions more quickly, or it makes them in larger quantities, depending on how you set it up.
Did we ever get a recipe for the health potion?
Yes.
I've got the recipes and I've got supplies to make at least 4 of the one I can make. The set I can make.
We didn't we didn't take this around for identification at the market, but we do have this vial we found in a chest in in a dwarven captain's office. Do you think you can identify it?
I had a hard time when I was working with it.
Now I wrote this down on a sheet, so hold on while I find said sheet.
The problem of when we can't identify something immediately. Where did I write that down?
Which of my notebooks has it in it? I've only got like 7 of them.
It's only 4
Do
or
you
5
remember the ones
sessions
you did
ago.
find?
Oh, it's probably in here somewhere. That would be.
That was back when you found the hunting spider venom?
I don't know. I'm trying to find where it was in the notes. That ain't it. Possible it was that.
But that's where the bag of holding came from. And the lifting
Yeah.
belt.
Yeah, it was that same set. It was just one I couldn't identify. It was a bad roll. Oh, it was in here. Okay. All right, so it was hunting spider venom, mist from form elixir, oil of mending, and there was one of them we did not identify.
Okay. He examines it. Oh, this one I know. That's dark vision elixir.
That's some good stuff.
It's a moderate dark vision elixir potion. I think it grants you like 1 hour of dark vision. I'm going to verify though. Yeah. Moderate dark vision elixir lasts for 1 hour. That's also where you found your goggles of the night.
Yes.
And who got the bracers of defense?
What core?
Okay.
Yeah, missile
Well, they
deflection.
were, yeah, deflection.
Missile deflection.
And then I got the bracelet that gives me a +1 to acrobatics and does +10 movement for an hour. I didn't realize that it did that. I looked it up later. I thought it just gave me +10 movement for 1 round, but it would be an entire fight.
Hmm.
That's a really good item. I always
I
lost.
didn't realize it did that much, but I didn't even need it the last fight we were in. I mean, I probably needed like a lot more help though. I did drop.
Yeah, you got to remember that, Cord. Once per day, you can attempt to make a ranged attack miss you.
Yep. I just don't get shot at too often.
No. Yeah, and you got the bracelet of dashing. Which that +1 to acrobatics, and then once per day, you can gain a 10-foot status bonus to your speed for 10 minutes. Or 10 rounds.
Right. So we're gonna go to sleep and wake up to meet Maury.
Yes.
Okay. You go to sleep. Nothing happens overnight. And you wake up early at the request of the Anati.
You're gonna go find Maury.
Maury's outside finishing her breakfast.
Hey, Maury. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Just want to check in and see how you're doing.
Hello. It's good to see you again. I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to catch up with any of y'all either. Thanks for letting me work out here.
Yeah, it seems like you're fitting right in.
Yeah, I never knew how much I liked this.
Was everything okay in the area and with the tree? Do you need help with anything?
Actually, that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. So far, I haven't figured out anything, but I do believe something is wrong. We've had
And
2 Anati and 1 of the mercenaries go missing,
2
and I
Anati and 2 mercs.
tracked them down. They were wandering around in the woods around the tree. In one moment, you could find their trail, and then the next moment, they're just not there. No tracks, no signs of struggle, no nothing. They just stop.
There's nothing in the trees, no Drake signs.
I'm thinking it
You're,
may be a drake, but I don't know.
but you're
Right.
saying even their tracks are disappearing?
There weren't
Whatever happened, they didn't leave on their feet.
Or you're saying their tracks just stop?
there were no
Yeah.
signs of maybe rogue spiders.
Again, I have not been able to find a creature that could be causing this.
Okay.
So currently, no one is allowed to go alone anywhere. Because every time someone's disappeared, they've been by themselves. And the Anati tell me that some of the spiders have gone missing.
Yeah, I know the drakes were in an uproar when we first came through, but you were with us then.
Mm-hmm. That was my first thought. It may be a drake. Supposedly, they've been staying to the north, but I don't know for sure. I haven't been able to find sign of them either.
So where a
I
lot
just
of
want to let y'all know something is going on, but I don't know what.
so have you noticed a lot of the major predators are going missing?
No, there's
Okay.
not been that many predators. This forest is actually, I think the volume of spiders has reduced the number of major predators
Okay. Okay.
because it's hard for them to compete with an organized group of spiders. And about apparently once every month or so, the Goliath goes hunting. I kind of worry about what it finds to eat, but I don't want to know either.
Okay. We'll check back in with you in a couple of days. To see if we have anything else, and we're about to be out and about again. But feel free to leave us any messages you need to with the Anati or with Devi.
No problem. I'll keep my eyes out, and hopefully, if y'all see anything or find anything during your any other times, just wanted to let y'all be aware.
We appreciate you letting us know,
Yeah,
Maury, and we're glad that you're enjoying yourself out here
Yeah.
and being useful to this new community we've come into contact with.
All right, we're gonna go find Tim. Um, just-
The enchanter.
yeah, Tim the Enchanter.
Okay.
It's been good seeing you.
Good travels. So you step through the portal.
Yes.
All right. You come through to the other side, and the wagon is kind of sitting kitty corner to the side.
Oop. Do we hear anything outside?
No.
Do we? Hatala, can you peek out, see if there's anything going on?
Yes. When I sneak out, try and make sure nobody sees me behind anything there, and try and see if I can see anything outside.
Okay. You sneak out, and you don't see anything as it sounds, but you do notice that there is a bush with some motion. The bush is moving.
Emotion bush.
Um, I'm gonna do that.
And you hear, hello?
That you, Tim?
In a minute.
That's what I thought.
And you hear some movement, and then all of a sudden some kicking of dirt, and then you hear, okay. And Tim comes wandering out of the bush.
Hey, Tim.
Hello? Are we done?
I think we're getting ready to get you moved into Riven again.
That'd be wonderful, especially if someone could help me get the wagon moved.
Yeah, what happened to the wagon?
It's at a 45-degree angle because it kind of went off a ledge.
Oh, was this because of what happened inside the mountain?
The shaking.
Oh, man.
I
Yeah,
haven't been able to move the wagon in 2 days.
I'm pretty sure Needham can do this by himself, so
Can we tell?
let's see what we can do.
Can we tell with the mountain if it's just half the mountain or if the whole thing collapsed or how much destruction there was?
Do you turn and look at the mountain?
Yes.
Okay, you see the mountain there.
Okay, the whole mountain looks intact.
There is a large plume of smoke coming out of the middle of the top of the mountain. and it's still rumbling and bits are collapsing in at the top. It looks like the peak collapsed inward in a cylindrical area.
I guess I'm just gonna reach over and yank the wagon over to where it's sitting on flat ground now.
You have trouble doing that.
I'll go help
It's
him.
going to take more strength than just that. Probably it's going to take you, Core, and Winky.
Come on, Winky. The Depp can't do this by himself.
Didn't actually think he could, but I wanted to see him try.
Between the three of y'all easily managed to pull the wagon the rest of the way onto flat ground.
Tim, you made anything useful for us in our adventures?
No, for the past week, I've been trying to make sure to have enough food.
Why haven't you just gone back to Allendale to get something to eat?
I can't leave the wagon.
Yeah, but stick your head through and tell the Anati on the other side of the door to get you a plate, man.
It doesn't work that way.
The Natty don't go into the portal room.
There's a mercenary in there now.
Yeah, now.
We're gonna have to mention this to somebody so that they can make sure this guy's getting food.
Yeah,
It didn't come out and
But
he's
this
in
is like totally something Tim would do.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
He'd be like, I didn't know how to get food.
I've had 12 berries over the last 3 days, and like you could have gone inside and gotten a plate. It'll be okay for 5 minutes.
Everyone make a perception check.
Well, we'll actually roll something. Hold on.
How do I do
Where's
that?
perception now?
Now,
Oh yeah.
do you want to go back to the home screen? Because I do now have all your tokens on it.
Sure.
How come the shortcut things aren't there now?
Because they were not on a battle map.
You have to have your tokens selected for those shortcuts to show up.
Oh. Oh, I see that now. Okay.
Still fired off from the
Learning new things every day.
Wow, that's the best perception check Meetup's made in a long time.
I don't even know what it was because my window's closed.
You got a 27.
Not bad, not bad. Oh no, that was core.
Nope, Meetup.
Nope. I got 23.
I am like 10 rolls behind apparently.
That's all right.
All right. Meetup, you notice that the top of the mountain at the smoke, there's something in it. But you can't quite see what. Well, hold on, because I have to type.
On it. Okay.
Man, I hope it's not Tarakas.
Stop giving the DM ideas.
I'm just saying.
Where's perception in the thing?
Don't worry about it.
Skills.
Found
You-
it.
Look, if your
top,
perception's
skill-
that
No, actually, it's not under skills. It's under
Attributes.
Utility?
attributes.
Second from the right.
attributes, perception. Yeah, it's supposed to be under skills, but they put it under attributes.
Ooh. Nice one, Winky.
Yes, you can see that there's something up there too, but you don't know what.
Eve got a
Okay.
29 for hers.
Really?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
saw it. I mean, she's an expert, so
I think everybody is.
no, you're just trained. Yet you got one of the highest rolls.
Yeah, I'm the only one that's just trained. Everybody else is
think your wisdom helped out.
Yeah, his
Yep.
wisdom is definitely helping out.
That is a strange sight.
What?
It looks like a boat is floating in the sky. Like it's like drifting up.
Like an airship?
Well, I've never seen an airship, so I wouldn't really know.
You just lean over here and look at what she's looking at now.
Can you kind of point it out?
Yeah, I'll point it out.
Yeah, okay. The others can now try to make another perception check to see what she's seeing, but Nita and Winky don't have to. You already see it now that she pointed it out.
Okay.
Okay. Can we tell what it is?
I'm
Cora
gonna
doesn't see
hold on.
anything at all.
Hold on. I got
We're
got
not
some-
on the ground.
I got
in
some
the
And
dust.
air.
Cora's staring at your hand when you're pointing. He's looking at your hand. Where?
We're trying to line up her arm.
But everyone other than Core can see that it looks like up in the clouds where the smoke is rising from the top of the mountain, there is a boat going up the smoke. And it's going upward and drifting away with the smoke. The
I'm
only
assuming
thing you can see is the sail looks weird.
Is it flying any kind of flag or anything like that?
Not from this distance, you can't tell.
Was there anything within the mountain that we may have seen or whatever that could give us any idea of what this could be? That
I remember before we went in, we had talked about an airship at some point with someone.
did we?
I remember.
That was in the mountain when you were talking to Tarkus,
Ah,
or
that was
whatever his
it.
name was.
Yes, right. I was very interested in that,
Oh.
and was
Does
curious if
the
he knew any plans on how to do that.
Because the elves had them.
I wonder if the elves were down in the mountain.
But after the elves were destroyed, the Earth Kingdom managed to take a couple of the airships.
was this the elves as Tarakas knew them, or the elves as we knew them?
The Blood Elves.
Ooh, so
Do we have
bad
any?
ones.
Does anyone have any spy glasses? A spyglass?
Nope, no one's ever thought to buy that.
Put that on the list.
I mean, we haven't been on a ship. Didn't know we would need it to see a ship in the sky.
Yeah, he told you when you were talking to him that when they conquered the elves and took out the Air Titan, they managed to learn how they had kept those airships running, and they took a few for the Earth for his old kingdom.
They used the Air Titans leftovers for it, I believe, to power them.
Well, it was already made before then. They just managed
Oh,
to
okay.
figure out how to keep some of them running.
Okay.
The Air Titan taught the elves how to make them.
We have no idea what's flying this because it's probably not blood elves. 'cause
It
we've
doesn't look like
never-
it's flying.
Oh, does it just look like it's floating in?
Going with the smoke.
So it's like it was freed.
It was probably up in the top of the mountain.
Hmm. Maybe it's Captain One-Eyed Willie up there.
We need his treasure.
I'm
Goonies
gonna,
unite.
Charles. I'm actually gonna burn 2 spells. I'd like to summon a bird of some sort,
Okay.
and then also cast Speak with Animals, and
Okay.
use the bird to fly up and report back.
Okay. Make a flat d20 roll.
All right. Move stuff out of the way. Ah,
So, Needip, you created a bird and became a
yeah.
bird?
No, he
I
summoned
created
her,
I summoned a
Needip
bird.
summoned a bird.
and then he used his ability to talk to it to actually give it a intelligent command.
Oh, so you didn't turn into. Okay.
Charles, I'm having a hard time clicking on it. Can I just
You can just
like
type roll 1d20 /r/roll 1d20.
there we go. Wow.
By the way, Winky can talk to all animals now.
Okay.
You wanna try?
I guess so.
No, the talking's not the problem. It's the bird you summoned.
Well, I was just throwing it out there because, shoot, we can't even see him now. It's just a dark place.
I summoned a penguin that can't
Oh,
fly.
Summoned a pheasant. You summoned a pheasant.
Oh.
What's a pheasant?
It's a bird. It's a ground bird that has a very limited flight capability.
It's like a chicken.
Nita, you know those, like, that bird can't really fly, right?
It was
Yeah.
a wonderful idea.
Can
It was a horrible roll.
we try helping him look around just to see if we can find a random bird?
Yeah.
No, the summon actually makes it so it would do his bidding more likely. So
Oh.
finding a
Not a
wild
command.
bird and being able to talk to it wouldn't be able to convince it to do anything.
Nita,
Okay.
you should try to sing it and summon one. I've heard that.
Hey, birds. Can you come here, please?
I guess
my
I
friend-
can use my I can
Winky,
always
were
use my
you actually talking to the birds?
Yeah.
A crow comes down and looks at you.
Stop! Ash!
Sounded like
Are crows harmful in this world? Because I know they're not harmful in a.
No, but they're one of the smartest birds in the world.
Okay. I'm gonna ask it for help.
Well, ask it for help.
What are we doing? What do we need help? I completely forgot.
Just if you don't understand what you're doing, ask Needip. He had some kind of plan.
it's
Nita,
very your video is very dark, by the way.
Like
Yeah,
so
so-
dark, we can't see.
or Winky. You need to tell the bird to fly up and investigate what that boat is. It looks like it's something very curious. You tell the crow that I've got something shiny for it if it does this and helps us out.
And
Okay.
if it can fly it back down here, sweet.
Don't forget to say please, Winky.
The whole boat? What?
The whole boat. If it can fly the whole boat, like get on the thing and just direct it down here, we would have us a flying boat.
Can you fly up and investigate that boat over there? We have something shiny for you if you do it for us, please.
It cocks its head a few times, and then it replies back, plus food.
What?
Shiny plus food.
Deal.
Okay. And it flies off towards the boat.
Do you guys have food?
Yeah, we have some rations here. We can find something.
Okay.
Needip, what are you gonna give that crow?
This copper piece, it's shiny.
The bird flies up there. And it looks like it's flying around the boat a bit, and then it flies back. Boat and sky. Imp boat.
Wait, what was the last thing?
boat in the sky, empty boat.
Well, that was information we did need to know. Winky, are you telling us this?
Yeah.
Hey, Winky, you should see. I'm gonna pull out a silver piece and
Okay.
give the silver piece, like flash it around in the light at the crow, and say, Winky, tell the crow that if he can get enough birds to bring us the boat, there will be much more reward, and I will give him lots of food.
You should have done that. Hold on.
The bird
Okay.
looks around a bit, kind of looks at you funny, pecks the ground a couple times, shakes its head. He's like, not enough birds in forest.
Okay. I'm gonna give him some food. And oh,
Lost him. The bird flew away.
The bird is like big boat, big.
okay. I'm gonna give the bird some food and a silver piece.
Say, Winky, ask him if it was
You
tied
can
off.
you can understand it because you're still speaking with him.
You've been talking to Winky the whole time.
I'm still thrown off by that natural one. It's just,
Yeah.
oh.
You were like, I finally get to do something. Natural one.
It's like big boat like at wharf.
Wait,
Is it tied off to something, or is it just floating?
Rope broken.
Mm.
Was tied.
it's
No
crap.
crew. No crew.
Hey, Nadep, can you see if there's a way that we might be able to get to it? Can we get close enough, or can it fly up a rope, or is
At
there
this
anything?
at this point, the boat is probably around 400 or 500 feet up.
Do we have 400 to 500 feet of rope?
Not that any animal could move.
Yeah, it would be kind of heavy.
We know how to
They took it
fly.
Did you?
Took it up 100 feet at a time and tied it off after each section.
You're giving this bird a whole lot of credit.
Does
I mean, I
anyone
know
know
I
how
gave
to
it a lot of
fly?
credit earlier.
Does anyone have wings or know how to fly it?
Not yet.
Yeah, not quite.
Y'all are not equipped to actually catch the boat.
No.
Did y'all
Does
tell us
anybody
that
have Does anybody have a bow?
Iris would have had a bow,
Yeah, I have one also.
but that's a pretty long
It's
shot.
a long shot.
Mhm.
We'd have to go up
And you
the
wouldn't
mountain.
be able to fire anything that could trail something to it.
Yeah, because it would weigh it down.
We could get some spider thread rope. That would be really
Yeah.
We're
The
getting to the
physics
point
of
where
it
this
won't
is.
I
work.
think we just let the boat go.
Even if we got a rope attached to it, we could not pull it down.
I'm
But
gonna.
did it
We need
say
to-
something about a wharf? Did y'all tell us that?
Hey, do you think you can?
Big boat, big as galleon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna come back for this boat, and we're gonna go explore.
Yeah, I
don't
gotta
think
let
we're
you
going
guys know.
back for this
Core
boat.
really wants to get this boat. He is running through ideas in his brain.
Hey, Crow. We'll get. Can you see if you can get some birds to lift up one of us to the boat?
Get Winky.
No.
Carry Winky off.
What if?
Yeah, you can
Oh,
shrink Winky.
How small can you shrink someone?
Not small enough for the bird to carry.
Well, I was talking about a bunch of birds.
You can't get a bunch of birds to carry things. We're not coconuts.
I was about to say, just pick some seaweed, and fashion kind of a net. Two birds carry it in tandem.
Or
Hey,
can
hey, I got an
Native can shrink something.
This to be very.
Can Native shrink himself?
How would we do this? I don't want to do it. I don't want to chance it.
If Native can shrink
I'm gonna say
himself,
we
then
could
he's so
try
much
giving the
better.
bird one of the door rooms, but he'd probably just lose it or keep it.
Couldn't I use my pest form to turn into a fly and just buzz all the way up
You
there?
cannot turn into anything that flies till a much higher level.
Okay.
Wait, he can turn into a really really tiny thing, and the bird can bring him up there.
Yeah, I could turn into like a roach, but then he might eat me. So I don't
Yeah.
think I want to do that.
Yeah.
He would be just as likely to eat you as try to fly up there again.
2 shiny things.
Yeah, we've already paid it.
Okay. Bird, you are excused.
You're
Thanks.
just be gone. What's the distance on Mage Hand?
Not that much. It's only 30
I
feet.
mean, like, how close do we
It's-
have to get you? Yeah.
30 feet, dude.
That would beat this wagon out of the water if we could do that.
Well, of course. The key is not a bad idea if there's somebody could bring it up there and install it in a door, but
That's
That's
even
what Will-
implying that it has doors with locks.
that was actually
Do
what Will's
we
suggestion was a second ago.
want to try to go back to town to see if we can find a flying spell? What
Flight
level?
is outside of your capabilities for quite a few levels.
Well,
I think we're just gonna
golly.
have to let it go, guys. It was a cool sight, and Charles let us try for a good while.
We got to talk to a crow, so
See, I told you my idea would work.
You need to find a eagle and then put the insect on an eagle. Because the eagle wants to eat meat.
Birds.
Not eat
No.
meat.
I mean,
not,
an insect
not
is meat,
insects.
in a way.
Maybe
Eat
it can't
it.
find the insect.
Needit needs to turn into a flea.
Yeah, and then just like crawl on the bird and don't tell the bird that I'm on there.
Even if okay, you turn into a flea, you get on the bird flies to the ship, you're on the ship. What do you do on the ship?
You don't know how the ship operates.
But I'm on the ship then. I can drop rope down. Because my inventory
Or
shrinks.
portal stone.
If there's something you could hook it to.
I just tie it up to the side of the boat and like lower it down.
Yeah, so that you can have someone dangling 700 feet and then fall to their death.
I could
We'll
break
get
that
Earl
climb.
Paladale to come out of the tree and help us pull this ship down to the ground.
So I didn't know what to title this, but I think I'm going to title this "We Try to Figure Out How to Get an Airship for 3 hours."
Because
It's
the
worth
ship
it.
is over 120 feet long.
Alright, we know it's there, guys.
there'll be more along the way.
Yes, there will be more magical flying airship in our future.
The
Definitely.
old Earth Kingdom used to have a lot of them.
I'm gonna have like a
The
negative.
old Elven Kingdom had even more.
And then the Fire Nation attacked.
I'm gonna have like a negative 10 to perception just because I'm staring at this thing the whole time as we leave.
Just drooling, like wiping it off your face. Oh, I'm sorry.
'Cause I want this so bad.
All right. So y'all take the wagon and start heading?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
If-
we're going to go back to the world map.
All right, and if I can, I'd like to start working on the halfling sling staff while in the. Actually, since I don't have, hey, do y'all mind if I head back and like sit in the portal room to work on this?
That's fine.
And if you need me, ring the bell.
Yep.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Do you wanna? You're gonna work on your sling staff or on the potions?
I'd like to make, after hearing what the alchemy thing at the caverns does, I want to do alchemy there. But granted, I could go down there, but I want to be right here in the portal
gotcha.
area to be able to go to you guys. So I'm going to work on the sling staff because I can work on that right here.
All right.
Well, is the sling staff something I could do for you?
I'm kind of to the point where I want this to be personal.
He needs a stick. I don't think he's gotten a stick yet.
I could make you a stick. I could shape wood as a spell if that would help to have it like a
Would
boost
that
to your crafting by having the perfectly made handle and
would
let you
that
just what you need to fix.
suffice, Charles?
Hold on.
Sorry, throwing a monkey wrench in things.
Well, he's not even trying to do that right now. He's trying to do other stuff. What we're doing is throwing more on his plate.
No, my login got busted out.
Oh, that's not good. You're the man in charge. Is that your new one?
Yeah, Derek, the spell is shape any piece of unworked wood into any shape of your liking.
I mean, I think all I would guess maybe all I would need to do after that is tie the sling to it.
I guess.
What if Nadep changed into a tree and then shaped himself into a sling staff for
I'm
you?
not using
And
any
then
part of
you could
Nadep
just
for
use
my
a
weapon.
sentient sling
What is
staff.
my password? Dang it.
You
Yeah,
guys can be a tandem.
a druidic sling staff that casts from your sling staff. I don't get to move or anything. You just carry me around, but I
Yeah,
can
we'll probably
cast.
be on for another hour. You wouldn't be able to cast as the stick, would you?
I could only
Specified it
use
was a
somatic.
sentient one.
Anything that
Yeah.
had to have hand movements, I probably couldn't
He
do.
would just constantly complain about things. I'm
Yeah.
so hungry. I haven't got to eat in years.
Every time you miss, you go, "Whoa, that was surprising."
You just walk to the dinner table and set the sling staff against the table and then eat all your food and pick it back up and
You just
walk
had to
away.
watch the food get eaten.
Dang it, my password. It's not. I don't remember what my password is.
Try password.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Who would have a password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the same as my luggage. What idiot would make a password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hold on, I gotta reset my password.
You gotta hold on to what you've got or reset your password because you forgot. Good job, Soundman. Have you been playing stuff in the background? 'Cause I haven't really heard it in a while.
It's been a while since he played anything.
Yeah, I turned it off once we were in the first day we were in the tree before we went shopping.
It took us a while to shop, man.
I mean, those things are going to take a while, especially when we're trying to figure out, like, and we still have to do stuff with all that because, like, we didn't just automatically get everything that we did. It's like everything was like, okay, we bought all this stuff. Now we have to do 20 things
I guess we
because
can
of it.
kind of discuss that out while we wait for Charles. While we're all here.
Well,
I'm
Winky needs to actually make his armor.
right, and we have all the different runes now.
Yeah, I noted. I'm gonna make certain that I noted my stuff down correctly. You got a double damage rune for that rapier, right?
The +1 striking that adds a die.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
adds a die for that, and then you got a.
I can tell you what I did for everyone. That might help. So I got a potency for the hatchet, and then a striking for the katana and the hatchet. For you, I got a striking, a returning, and the formula, and a potency for your dagger. Um,
So wait, what?
I got something for everyone.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
and I had the most stuff I'd asked for, so
Yep.
we got the formula for the returning rune.
Right, and
We,
the
we
ingredients for it to make it.
yeah, we just need to make it and attach it,
The
and
same
then it
for
has to. So then the rapier
rape.
already has a +1.
Am I gonna make my armor yet?
You're gonna have to. I mean, you can choose to go do it now, but if we get in a fight, we're not gonna be able to
Yeah,
get
he
you
had to
up
wait
here.
24 hours for the forge to finish curing.
Okay, your forge has to finish curing.
So one more night of sleep, and then you can start. But I got the potency and a striking for Nadep's, potency and striking for Eve's, potency and striking for Hatala, put I'm sorry, a striking for my katana, and then a potency and a striking for my hatchet.
Okay. Y'all have made it traveling the day. Y'all are on the road, and you've got one more day before you make it to Riven.
I'm gonna offer to Tim to go inside and get a good plate of food, and I'll stay at the wagon.
Okay.
Set up our the alarms and our dog, Onk's dog.
Yep.
I don't even.
So was I able to work on the sling staff?
You were. You got your crafting thing?
I do. All right, item level.
Hold on, that's what I'm looking up right now. Didn't I already put it on your character sheet?
Yes, you actually did, but I can't see it right now. Let's see.
Hold on. I'm pulling it up because it'll tell me.
Oh, I can't even see what level it is or any of that.
Yeah, I can see it because I have a special icon I can click. It is a level 0.
Well, okay. And then item value in GP.
5.
Bonus to crafting. I should get a 1 for the loop, I believe. Oh, this is rare item. Would I check this since it's a rare item?
Yeah.
Okay. Start crafting. Did it do something?
It should roll a dice. It might take it a bit.
The anticipation is killing me.
Oh, it may not have worked because you don't have a token on the map.
That sounds very possible.
Let me go to the home page so I can click on your token and I'll click on the thing for it. I don't have the crafting macro. Where did it go? Sit. Yeah, here it is. Item level 0. Value 5. Rare item. All right, you finished it. You rolled a 27.
What did you do, girl? Kinsley just like fell off of the ottoman back here. She just she's giggling though, so she's okay.
Okay. So you crafted it.
Yay! That was a big thing right there, y'all.
Okay. Nothing happens over the night. Y'all wake up the next morning and are ready to hit the road. You'll make it just after midday. Now, Winky, today you could actually fire up your forge. Are you going to stay at the forge, or are you going to go on the wagon with everyone?
I can teleport to the wagon at any time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
It'll
gonna
take
say.
you about. It'll take you 10 minutes to get to the top of the tree, though, because the forge is down at the bottom.
You go there, you're not gonna be able to join us if anything happens, more than likely. But
Okay,
you'll have your armor made.
I'm gonna.
Well, not necessarily,
Oh well, you'll have something worked on.
because it might take him several days to make it. If not, it just all depends on the rolls.
I'm gonna start making my armor then.
Okay. Hold on a second.
And I will spend this time again in the portal rooms. I'm gonna try and repair the infiltrator set and regular set if I can do both.
Yeah.
Okay.
What armor are you currently wearing?
I don't remember.
Splint mail.
What
Yeah, let
mail?
me look at your character real quick. Winky. First off, what is your dex bonus? Oh, you don't have one, so you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you're currently wearing splint mail.
While we're waiting, want to mention Twitch does hold on to the video for a little while. So if there is an issue with your recording or anything, or even if you kicked your power cord out, it'll save this, so we'll be able to download it from here. So it's an automatic
Okay.
backup, basically.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
can
I
also
should
make.
Sure, you can download it, but
I
You can.
should have a local recording though. But yeah, hopefully yeah. I got you.
You can also make it last forever. The video on Twitch.
yeah, I'm not. We're moving everything to YouTube, and of course it's right now it's still gonna stay unlisted. So We had a viewer for a good long time who was very
Yeah.
chatty.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I gotta say, I had a hard time keeping up with chatting with this person and keeping up with notes. So somebody's got to do that job. I think you're gonna see my finger go to Kylie in a second.
Yep.
I was gonna say, Winky sounds like a great one to be on Twitch yammering with people.
You can do it on his phone right there.
Yeah.
I know he can if he's watching Disney Plus or Netflix or whatever he's watching right now.
I'm watching it because I'm bored right now. Earlier, I was watching Us.
Why are you watching us? Just play with us.
I wanted to see how it looked like
Game.
on the thing. So
Yeah.
Can you
Why
read?
is your phone in a different language?
It's saying hello and
Oh,
hey,
I thought it was just so bootleg that it was just all in Chinese or something.
I think I'm gonna try working on getting everyone back in our spot.
What do you mean? Oh, in the
In the Twitch.
yeah.
Claire can hit you with it.
Elijah, if you're gonna do that, mute yourself. I do think going with the Heroescape figures was a good idea because it's a nice cohesive feel across the whole thing now.
Everybody's got the same artwork.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I did not take a sip out of it. Like, oh,
Yeah. Hensley likes them.
What the heck? Okay. Hold on a second while I come over here and click on Winky to get that macro going.
Oof.
Okay, Winky, you have managed to do half the work.
So I'm gonna be working on that the whole time.
Yeah, it's going to take you at least a couple more days.
Okay.
Uh, he would have got a +1 because it's blacksmithing, right?
Yeah.
But he could have got a +2 if we give him the loop.
Yeah, he can do that for the next day.
Just, I could see Hitala using the loop while she repairs her stuff, and then passing it on to him.
Mm-hmm.
How correct is this thing? Because this says he can spend 973 days.
No, I had to fudge numbers to make it fit.
Okay. I'm like, goodness gracious. That's all he's doing for the rest of his life.
That's only like 3 years. Well, I mean, I'm by Earthstead. I don't know what the months are like here.
I think it's similar. What are you doing?
Yeah, it'll probably take him about 8 days to finish.
Oh. I'm not doing it. You made me mad. You hurt my feelings.
And it is possible for people
Then
to
you
assist
hurt my feelings.
him while making it.
All right, fine.
Okay, so you're going to do your repair check?
Yeah. Well, I guess you're going to do it.
Okay. Why did the icons just all go away? I had everyone dragged out there and they're not there anymore.
It's
On
from the
the
other
world
map.
map.
You're on a world map and not the battle map, the landing page.
Yeah, you're in the home.
Yeah, I'm at home. I put everyone's icons here.
Oh,
Oh, I see
oh.
that. Oh, so I can roll.
Do you see your icon?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, I just can't see them apparently.
Okay, so I'm going to do the infiltrator tool first.
All right.
Item level.
Hold on. Because I don't know. The macro doesn't really apply to repair, does it? Let me see what the rules for repairing are. We haven't actually done that one yet. I think it should be the same as crafting, but
Hold up. There are two of me on this map.
I
And
tried
one of
dragging another you on there, but it doesn't show it for me.
Yeah, I'm like, there's one of me is on top of Nita, and the other one is just off to the side.
I've lost visual on the wagon, by the way.
You mean like you got a message from the GM that says the wagon disappeared?
No, I tried clicking over to the map because you said you could, so I was gonna try to do it as well. Which I got there, and when I came back to the world map, I don't have the.
You got to click where it is.
I mean,
I think you have to highlight it.
I can't even see it.
You get the drag over the area.
It's locking up. Oh, yeah, I went back and forth, and now I can't see the tokens either
Yeah,
on the home.
I'm going to log in and out real quick just to make sure.
Weird.
probably has to do from jumping maps.
All right,
Yeah,
maybe
as soon as
because I lost my login and had to log back in.
I don't know, because I went back to the world map, then back to home, and I couldn't see anything. All right, now I went back to the world map, and everything's there. I'm gonna go back to home. Now everything's here. What is going on?
It may have just
I guess I'll
had a
jump
hiccup
back and forth
while
then.
loading. That's why I'm just
Yep.
reloading the whole thing.
Yep, it's back now for me. I did what he did and jumped maps. It's there now.
Success.
Whereas now I'm not getting in. Oh, there it goes.
Where my Superman keychain at? No.
I'm getting some lag. All right. The wagon is currently. You see it again?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Repair takes 10 minutes. Blah 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 blah. Stable surface using your repair kit. Blah 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 blah. Both hands. GM sets the DC. Usually the same DC to repair is given to craft it in the first place. So I just need to know what level the infiltrator stuff is. Those are regular items, aren't they?
Yes.
I'm guessing it's 0th level, but it may not be.
Level 3, but I don't know exactly how that works. It's a level 3 item in this app.
Let's see. Infiltrator kit is level 3.
Would this be considered like jewelry so I could get an extra plus?
No.
Dang.
So for your check, if you're going to do that crafting check, just set it as a level 30, value 50.
Level 30?
Level 3, value 50.
Oh, okay. Holy Jesus.
Yeah,
You
34.
somehow
There you
made
go.
2 of them.
Somehow made 2 of them.
What's your proficiency in crafting?
Can I click on this and see? Nope. Let's look.
You have to look at your character sheet.
Yeah, thought I could get it quicker than that.
Are you expert, trained, or master?
I think I'm expert. Expert.
Okay. You do 30 hit points worth of repair, which should be full repair for it.
Okay. And then I want to fix the standard one.
All right, roll again.
I guess this would be a level 0 though.
Yes, level 0, and what was it? I think it's like 5 or something. What is the original cost?
3 gold pieces according to this app.
So then 3. Yeah, that's another critical success, so it's fully repaired.
Sweet. I'm not sure. And so that only took me 20 minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Is there... And this was only the half day that it takes us to get to Ribbon?
Yeah.
That we're doing this? All right,
Yeah.
then I'm just going to head back through and wait till we get to Ribbon.
All right. All right, y'all have made it to Ribbon.
I'd like to ask directions, I guess with the gate card of where the Adventurers Guild is.
They give you the directions.
You guys good with proceeding on? We could stop by the market and buy a spyglass.
Yeah.
Do you have any money?
What about a harpoon gun?
Yeah, we still have about here. I'll just post what we have in chat. There we go.
We still got to don't we got to get supplies and stuff for some of these things?
We didn't pick up any rations or the sleeping bag.
We needed supplies to be able to make the bag of holding and supplies to be able to make the armor thing.
Yeah, but we're running low and we wanted to press on, so. I mean, if you want to
Yeah,
go for a whole another round of, I mean, I'd rather do shopping on the back end and keep going with the
that's
story.
fine. I'm just noting stuff that we needed to.
Oh, yeah. By
finish
the way,
up
you
these
should have
things.
an email. Yeah, you should have an email from me. I shared my OneNote to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what do y'all do?
Adventurers Guild.
All right.
Just so everyone knows, we're looking for old ruins or ancient areas that could potentially be a couple of 1,000 years old. We'll take Kaminoan if they have it, but we're looking for the ancient era stuff.
You make it to the Adventurers Guild building. So what do you do? And who all's going in?
I'll go in.
I'll go with you.
Funny.
I'll go. Let's all go.
The only one we don't have is Winky because he's working on armor.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a clerk or a guild attendant?
There's someone waiting at the door inside.
Hello. We were looking for any kind of survey maps or locations that might contain ancient ruins. maybe 1,000, 2,000 years old or greater.
Can I see your membership card?
Mm, how do we join the guild?
You have to be invited.
Okay, we would like to pursue this avenue. How would we go about doing that?
You have to be invited by a member.
Are there any members that we can prove our worth to that you could
If you're not
recommend
a
to us?
member, I can't help you.
Right. All right, guys. Anyone else have an idea outside of just staking out this place and waiting for someone to come out?
I don't feel like wasting my time
This
at
is
this
this is
moment.
like our one lead.
Yeah, we got a lot to do, and maybe somebody will come along and be like, "Hey, we want you to join the Adventurers Guild."
Okay, I can wait around. Is there like a coffee shop across the street?
No.
A bodega where there's
This is a
sandwiches.
Okay,
dusty, older section of town.
okay, guys. I will try to run this down if you guys want to uh, tackle some other things.
The thing you notice while you're in their core, every single person in there is older.
Interesting.
They're elderly, they look obviously rich, and they seem to be sitting their days around drinking.
Or
Is
don't
it
we
here?
just?
Everyone here seen League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Yeah.
Remember where Quartermain lived in Africa? That kind of building? That's basically what you have here. A bunch of old British expats sitting there drinking and talking about the glory days.
We just need to get to know at least one of them to get information, and if we can get in the guild, we get in the guild. But
Your initial guess, Core, is that you don't think anyone in this building has gone on an adventure in the last 50 years.
Right. But we're just looking for maps or information.
I'm gonna loudly say, not like anybody in the room's done anything worthwhile in the last decades or two, anyway. I mean,
Good call.
shoot, we stumbled upon the Lonely Mountain. I bet they didn't even know that was there. And we need to. What was the name of the library?
it's a city. Is
Yeah,
that what you're talking about?
Is it in Dwarvish? You can't remember that?
No, it's not in Dwarvish.
Well, the Dwarvish word for library.
Okay, the Dwarven word for library is Nathalium. The library is actually a city named Borealis.
right.
Contains the original reliquary, which is about 6 feet 5 by 5 feet, and it has an automated defense system that is still likely running.
So it's not like these guys will know where Veralis is anyway.
No, they wouldn't know where that is, but we were trying to go to them to find out where more of these ancient cities, like the one that we found in the Dwarven Mountain, may be, to see where these Titan parts could be, to get ahead of Willem.
Right. And we're all discussing this very loudly, so hopefully the people inside are nosy enough to maybe hear it.
I wasn't being loud.
Oh, Nadep was though. I'm sure he was purposely loud.
I was
Did he-
doing it on
Always
purpose.
loud.
Yeah, Natalia was just rolling her eyes.
And you do notice there are now some guards moving towards the door.
Like blocking it?
They're moving towards y'all.
Oh,
Y'all are standing inside the building,
I didn't know we were standing inside the
cussing
building.
loudly,
Okay.
insulting them.
Maybe we should.
I mean, if we have to fight, I don't feel bad about fighting a bunch of drunk old rich guys.
I do.
Their guards are young and physically fit and well armed.
He's a Kelly short. And then they disappear.
Now that I'm the GM, yes, you are all invited.
To the guild.
Problem solved. And here's the
Problem
exact map you
solved.
need, and the exact coordinates, and here's all the traps.
Okay. So what do you do?
I guess I'm gonna step away, unless you guys want to. Let's see if we can talk to these guards.
I mean, try. Go for it.
Could I try to impress them with maybe some high society? Um,
The guards look like their
slithery?
cumulative IQ is not enough to understand what high society is.
Right.
And you notice the number of guards has doubled.
Let's move on.
I guess we'll move on.
They're waiting. It looks like they're waiting for more guards to appear.
What? This place is like. We just got guards coming out their ears.
Yep.
Rich old people with their money.
Rich old people.
They got enough money to have people fight for them.
I gotta be honest, I did not expect this place to be this when we were told this is probably who can help you find ancient places. Definitely not what I was expecting.
I'd like to try to go speak with the King's Guard to see if they know of anybody that we could approach that is a member that we can talk to without having to actually go into this building.
Okay, you go to the field office?
Yes. This is one we've been to before, or was that the one on
Yes.
Larkin? Okay.
This is the one where you did the training session, isn't it?
I think so. It was either well, it wouldn't have been Bastool.
No, you did the
Sure.
training session in the other town
Is it
because that's where you
Elastus?
spent a week.
Was it Elastus?
No, y'all did the training session in Riven because that's where y'all spent time earning money.
Okay. Yeah.
Or no, Larkin, not Riven. Larkin. Y'all spent a week there waiting for the tree man.
But I was a homeless guy then.
Oh wait, that's right. So it was Riven that you did it. So Riven, they know you.
Okay, I was either Riven or Elastus, because I know it was on the way up from Bastool.
I can't find it in the notes right now.
And it's now Riven.
All right.
Wait, you were talking about where you did the homeless stuff?
No, not the
That
homeless
was
stuff.
in Larkin.
Right, that's what I was gonna say, that was
Nadep
in
tried to
Larkin.
hire some people to go start a mine with the hole he found.
You did that.
This would have
you
been
did that in
this
Riven?
would have been like right after Bastool when we were moving north.
This was the day I was not.
Yeah, you did.
I was not
I think
with
we
y'all.
rolled for you and Eve and Winky. You guys did some.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a okay. That's
that was a date night.
Yeah.
That's the one I called. Where is it? Where is it? Lord. Thought I called.
All right. I've added it to the journal for Riven.
Yay.
So what do you do when you're in there?
So I'm looking for, I guess, the guard captain first. I'll try this route first.
One of the younger guardsmen greets you fairly.
Hey,
He was in your boot camp.
you been keeping up? Have you improved some?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding.
I've already made it to lieutenant.
What? Amazing. Good job, old chap. Hey, have you seen the guard captain? I'm trying to track him down.
Sure. Hold on. Let me go get him.
Thank you.
He comes back a few minutes later with the guard captain.
Good day, sir.
What are you doing here?
We're trying to get into talk with the Adventurers Guild, but it's we're getting stonewalled. Do you
Why would you
know?
want to talk to those old drunkards?
Well, it's more of the information we're searching for. We're trying to find some ruins or any locations that might be at 2,000 years old. You remember all the
Hmm.
cultist issues we were having?
Yeah.
Um, we tracked him to the Lonely Mountain. It's smoking now, but we we're gonna call it a draw from what we did there. But they've basically,
You mean the new volcano?
yes, the new volcano. That was us fighting them. They fled
No.
that, yeah, they fled that area. Have
They
you?
moved south.
They went south.
Yes.
Outstanding. I was just gonna about to ask you that.
We figured that they were trying to build some kind of base up at the mountain, but then when the volcano activated, they ran away to the south.
Yes, they were. There was actually ancient dwarven ruins there that they were trying to get into, and that collapsing is what caused the volcano.
Huh. I guess the dwarves will be interested in that as well as Ian, as well as Exon.
Hmm. Yeah, Zan. Did you hear about Zan?
Exon.
Exon. That's how you say that. Okay. It's
That's not
Exon.
how you say it?
I've been saying Zan this
I've
whole
never
time.
been there. That's what I saw on the map. Exon.
It looks like Exon. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's not there anymore. It's the giant.
Oh,
You know the fire
Kind of
scar?
is.
You know the
the
fire scar?
the firewall?
Yeah, the firewall.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is now like a little baby firewall.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's not
Did y'all do that too?
the
Uh,
cultists. It was a cultist fault, and yeah,
Ah,
but we knocked him out of there too. We killed a bunch of them there.
that's good.
Yes. But yeah, it's a baby firewall. It isn't spawning any demons or anything yet, but the dwarves are all over that area. They're building a new wall.
Great.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to go tell my boss.
Um,
I'm
would
sure the king will like to know that.
yes, please pass that on to him. Um, do you have any information on those ancient ruins we may have that we were just talking about?
Well, your best bet to find that information would be the Adventurers Guild, but you're probably about a century too late to get into the Adventurers Guild.
It seemed that way. They looked pretty old.
Yeah,
Um,
those are probably second or third generation members.
oh, so they probably don't have. Do they have their own library?
They have all kinds of stuff. I've heard. I've
Hmm.
never seen because at this point they don't let anyone in.
Okay.
They do occasionally have a museum tour, but it's kind of rare when someone feels like giving it to make them seem like they're important.
Yeah. Hmm.
They're kind of the laughing stock.
Who
We
told
wouldn't be
us this
surprised when the last
information?
of them. We'd be surprised when the last one of them dies if it doesn't just go away.
Brianna told us about this, right? Did she just not know? I mean, she lived
Was
in
it?
Larkin, so maybe she didn't realize that they don't actually know a lot.
You could always ask her about it.
Hmm.
We may have to.
She may have known they had the knowledge, but not know how bad they've gotten.
Okay. Do you happen to know anyone in high society that we might be able to talk to about uh, getting an invitation?
No, I don't have anyone in that circle. I mean, I believe the king's an honorary member, but I mean, that's basically the way it always has been.
Okay.
I don't know.
Um,
You might have to look somewhere else. or try to find some other way in.
Okay.
Oh, it's 10.
What's that? Or is it 10
It's 10
o'clock?
o'clock.
10 o'clock. I just realized.
Okay. Yeah, it's been almost 5 hours. Um,
So maybe next week you'll actually go meet Debbie when you said you were going to meet him.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, because we've traveled an
Yeah, it's
entire
been a whole
day.
night and
Well,
change.
I mean, we could have met him that night. There was no
But
reason
you
we
didn't.
couldn't.
But you didn't. Y'all got busy and forgot about it.
Poor Debbie, always forgotten. All the hard work he
Yeah,
does.
I told you. I told you I was gonna have a negative perception due to that airship.
Y'all got sidetracked.
Ooh, look, something shiny. Let's go take care of it. Yeah, that was
Mm.
Hey, there's worse things people have derailed over.
true.
When the lone mythical airship floats away in the distance.
Well, it looked like it was hovering, right? It didn't just fly away.
He was just going with the wind.
Oh no. Okay. Someday.
All right.
See, there's got to be carrots I can dangle in front of y'all.
Hey, look, a flock of distraction.
So we'll start off next week. We are meeting next week, right? Everybody good with that?
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless somebody has plans.
So we're gonna start off. Finish like. Do we want to have? Is this meeting with this guy done?
Yeah, y'all are done now.
All right. So
Yeah.
what are we? What is the next thing we're doing? So I can type it out so we don't forget.
Do y'all want to go ahead and return to the tree because y'all don't have anything else to do here? You've got
Yeah.
you've got the wagon here so that the wagon's safe.
So we'll
And
return to the tree.
set
The
up shop.
first thing we do is talk to Devi.
Correct.
So that'll be next week. The first thing you do is go find Devi
Yep.
because it's right after lunch, so he's finished eating.
I like it.
All right. It's in the notes. It says we forgot to meet with Debbie, so we will need to be sure to do that ASAP. We are in the tree, and Debbie would have just finished lunch. Bam.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call it a night.
Yep. I think that went well.
Yeah.
I thought it went pretty good. I'm glad y'all managed to get the things done because getting started after the first arc is over is the harder part. Getting to what happens next.
Are
And
we
at the
still? Are
same
we?
time, I'm trying to give y'all some downtime too, because
Yeah,
Winky's gonna need a couple days.
Yeah, he's gonna need days. I've got some days I'm gonna need, and then we
I'm-
got to
If
get all
someone
these
helps him,
weapons.
it'll actually go faster.
Yeah, I've got crafting. I can help him. But yeah, other than that, I'm just gonna be studying books.
My thought is I'm gonna get the stuff done that I got to get done, and then I'll probably start helping Winky.
Okay. And y'all got all the stuff for the runes, but now you got to install all the stuff for the runes.
Right, but who? So who can do that? And can I do that? Do I
Anyone
have
with
to-
magical crafting can do it.
I don't have magical crafting. I think the only person that had it was Debbie.
Nadep was moving towards it, but I'm not sure if he took it with his last level.
He
I
backed out of
believe.
it.
Let me verify because I believe Aratane has it.
I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, guys.
All right.
Bye, world.
Bye, world.